For the world, Alibaba Cloud is building the future of cloud computing with tech for innovation.
My name is Ahmad Rifki Maulana.
I'm Yusri Latrian Saputra.
My name is Dian Prameswara. I'm a front-end developer.
My name is Dimas Angayudono. I just jumped into this world of programming for 1 year.
Bitchip.com is a text-to-speech service provider website. The service is convert from text to voice.
Alibaba Cloud is awesome.
The web I create, which is Rutinitas Pelajar, is a progressive web apps that will help students to manage their school tasks.
I created a website called COVID-19 Worldview, where this website shows all the data of COVID-19 from around the world. Hopefully, this website can help us in cutting down the growth of COVID-19 spreading.
This required challenges is extraordinary.
This competition is a very interesting competition that triggers developers and educate people in Indonesia in using cloud services.
It showed me how to manage cloud computing with ECS, which is super easy and really cool.
We learned many things about cloud computing, especially Alibaba Cloud. For example, we learned what is and how to set up Elastic Compute Service, how to manage its cloud security. We also learned about relational database service.
From many participants who joined this challenge and created many amazing websites, I was surprised that I got the third place winner. That makes me very proud and be motivated again to keep growing and learn and be creative in the world of programming.
I hope that in the future, maybe in 2022, this kind of challenges will be held again, because it will be very beneficial for the developer in Indonesia, even around the world.
The pandemic made the whole world pause. But that didn't mean we stopped moving. We evolved. We went digital, mobile, virtual, social, with new ideas, new designs, new opportunities, new innovations. And we sought out new solutions, new platforms, new partners, new customers. The only certainty now in this new world is digitalization. Alibaba Cloud is APAC's #1 cloud service provider, supporting you with cloud computing, data intelligence, mobile collaboration, and industry intelligence. We digitalize retail because we leverage our vast user understanding to create a seamless user experience. We digitalize finance because people demand even safer and more secure services. We digitalize education because today's classroom is in a global living room. We digitalize manufacturing, logistics, media, gaming, and more. For peace of mind for you and your customers. And because every company needs innovation. The world has turned a corner, and the digital world has fully begun. Alibaba Cloud helps to be your partner in accelerating your business. Ready, set, digitalize. Accelerate digitalization with Alibaba Cloud.
Alibaba Cloud is the leading cloud service provider in China. We are very impressed by its technical capability, including flexibility and scalability. The Alibaba Cloud technology also allows us to easily integrate with the rest of the Alibaba ecosystem and help us better connect with Chinese customers. Our partnership with Alibaba Cloud will enable us to deliver in China, for China, and at China's speed.
Territory is a design and animation studio. We're using our work in films, in games, for brands, for commercials, and digital experiences in a live space. Alibaba Cloud Services has given us this confidence to be completely protected in all aspects of the work that we do. Now looking at the area of China, there's a real energy and vibrancy around innovation. There's a dynamism around just wanting to use the latest tech and just an openness to discovery. We really just want to be a part of that. The work with Alibaba Cloud provides us with the best partner and gateway for business in China.
TeamViewer is the global leader in remote connectivity solutions. In the end, we've chosen Alibaba as a partner because we believe they have a scalable cloud infrastructure, they deliver high quality, and that allows us to deliver our services with low latency and high reliability, which is key to our growth strategy in China. Without a high quality infrastructure provider like Alibaba, it would have been extremely difficult to scale our network in China to meet customers' needs.
The challenge for a platform like RCTI Plus in the beginning is how do we deliver seamless experience for our users in any given network situations. And second part is how do we deal with concurrency, concurrent traffic coming in at the same time.
With Alibaba Cloud, we are now able to auto-scale in real time and deliver quality programming at any capacity.
So we're excited to partner with Alibaba to provide the best possible OTT experience to our user in Indonesia, and we'll continue to expand even more.
Danamu is a gateway to agriculture technology, and Danamu provides an ecosystem for the farmer. We employ a lot of IoT technology using Alibaba Cloud technology, and then we help farmers to gather information from the farm to help them to do a right decision when it comes to crop protection and increase their yield. During pandemic COVID-19, farmers facing a huge cut on their labor. With the help of IoT solution, farmer no longer depends on the physical checking on the plant. With the help of Danamu on Alibaba Cloud Computing System, now farmer can enjoy affordable IoT solution to be used in their farm.
2020 has been an exciting year for us. We've shipped a lot of features, and some of those are Dana Food and Easy Eats that runs primarily on Ali Cloud. We could deliver that in Ali Cloud within just weeks. Our vision for the future is to develop financial services on top of the existing payment services infrastructure. And to help building the cashless society of Indonesia, we are so excited that we are going to continue working closely with Alibaba Cloud to help us get there and deliver all these services to hundreds of millions of Indonesians.
Leading cause of blindness, compromising the patient's quality of life. By improving the effectiveness of the anti-VEGF treatment, we can save millions of lives from deteriorating. With the support of the Department of Medical Services, Ministry of Public Health, Thailand, the Asia-Pacific Teleophthalmology Society hosted the 2021 Aptos Big Data Competition with Alibaba Cloud.
Therefore, will be the unique platform for ophthalmologists, healthcare professionals, computer engineers to exchange knowledge and experience in healthcare, digital care, telemedicine, artificial intelligence, and also the future of AI-enabled healthcare.
The competition focused on building a machine learning model for predicting anti-VEGF treatment outcomes in patients with diabetic macular edema to help ophthalmologists customize treatment plans and ensure timely and effective treatments. Being at the vanguard of AI technology, Alibaba Cloud provided Aptos a platform to conduct the competition as part of their Global AI Innovation Challenge Series 2021.
Thank you very much to Alibaba, Alibaba Cloud, and also Alibaba Tianqi group, because they work very extensively on setting up this data competition. They also help us respond to the participant. Like people, so we got thousands of submissions in, but then they have a question. So they actually did not just provide space, like storage space, but also help us respond to these people properly. So if the question is difficult, they pass to us. So actually they help us handle majority of the question, and we just handle the most difficult part.
AI technology can predict the severity of DME disease. Alibaba Cloud intends to bring developers across the world to use their AI platform, build algorithms, and solve real-world problems. The presented models at the competition built on Alibaba Cloud's platform could enhance the efficiency of DME diagnosis in teleophthalmology programs, promoting better visual outcomes.
So this is kind of like this second competition is kind of add up to the first competition. The first competition we use random images, which is more popular for determining which patients may need to be seen by ophthalmologists. And if they actually come for treatment, well, for example, if they have diabetic macular edema, they may need a lot of injections, a lot of treatment. And it would be nice if we can predict the injections, predict the treatment, predict the number of treatment, and predict the outcome of the treatment. I think these two competitions from the Asia Pacific Teleophthalmology Society are examples of using technology to solve the problem of eye care.
Let there be sight. Let there be light.
There are new ways how to experience the Olympic Games, how to experience Olympic competitions.
Alibaba Cloud Services will also serve as a key drivers in our effort to drive digital transformation of the games
The world is about to change. Are you ready for what lies ahead? Because we are going full throttle into a new digital norm, where it becomes the pulse of all future businesses, the lifeline of every economy, brains of cities, and heartbeat of enterprises. This pulse will unlock new modes and empower new ideas and innovation. Our heritage has already kept us ahead of what's next, even when the world paused. We never stopped. We never gave up. We went fast forward, ahead into the future, and became the digital metamorphosis that went beyond borders. The pulse of digital economy will elevate. The pulse of new business will accelerate. The pulse of new industry models will ascend. Together, we will co-create the new world because we are the pulse of digitalization.
Rumah Sakit Apung menelusuri pulau-pulau terpencil di Indonesia, dan kami berkomitmen untuk memperluas akses kesehatan bagi mereka yang masih belum memilikinya. Platform digital yang akan dibangun oleh Alibaba Cloud nantinya akan membuka akses untuk dokter-dokter di Jakarta agar mereka dapat memberikan diagnosis tatap muka kepada para pasien di Rumah Sakit Apung. Para dokter dapat memberikan diagnosis yang lebih cepat dengan adanya interaksi yang lancar dengan para pasien.
I created I Am the Code to give young women and girls from deprived communities a chance to have an opportunity in life. Technology has no class, no gender, and no age. Our partnership
Innovation is in our DNA. Innovation gives us the tools to evolve in a fast-moving and constantly changing environment. We continually explore new innovations that redefine technology and push the boundaries of what's possible. Technology innovation is central to everything we do. As the world's leading cloud technology provider, we create cutting-edge technologies in cloud computing, AI, data intelligence, mobile collaboration, and cloud-integrated IoT to solve critical challenges in business and society. Our innovations bring future-focused solutions to life. We support businesses through their digital transformation journey so they remain at the forefront of innovation. We help drive the future of retail through seamless online and offline integration, virtual experiences, and robotics. We build the evolution of finance with robust infrastructure, digital servicing, agile development, and trust at core. We inspire creators to build bold new worlds in the metaverse and Web 3.0 to design the future of connectivity. We transform global sports events for the new digital era. Ecosystem innovation brings the minds and talents from around the world to progress and succeed. Our closely interconnected network of partners share technologies, knowledge, and values to develop new possibilities. The joint efforts with the tech community prompt more to code a new path. We are committed to offering green technology to meet the exponential demand for a low-carbon digital transition. By making the technology more accessible, we act on the right things for those in need and for the society at large, and we empower the next generation of game changers. Change is the only constant. We are changing the way people come together, accelerating progress to enhance individuals, enterprises, and society. We're inspired to create value and accelerate innovation all over the world. Alibaba Cloud is building the future of cloud computing with tech for innovation.
My name is Ahmad Rifki Maulana.
I'm Yusri Latrian Saputra.
My name is Dian Prameswara. I'm a front-end developer.
My name is Dimas Anggidono. I just jumped into this world of programming for 1 year.
Speedchip.com is a text-to-speech service provider website. The service is convert from text to voice.
Alibaba Cloud is awesome.
The web I create, which is Rutinitas Pelajar, is a progressive web apps that will help students to manage their school tasks.
I created a website called COVID-19 Worldview, where this website shows all the data of COVID-19 from around the world. Hopefully, this website can help us in cutting down the growth of COVID-19 spreading.
This required challenges is extraordinary.
This competition is a very interesting competition that triggers developers and educate people in Indonesia in using cloud services.
It showed me how to manage cloud computing with ECS, which is super easy and really cool.
We learned many things about cloud computing, especially Alibaba Cloud. For example, we learned what is and how to set up Elastic Compute Service, how to manage its cloud security. We also learned about relational database service.
From many participants who joined this challenge and created many amazing websites, I was surprised that I got the third place winner. That makes me very proud and be motivated again to keep growing and learn and be creative in the world of programming.
I hope that in the future, maybe in 2022, this kind of challenges will be held again, because it will be very beneficial for the developer in Indonesia, even around the world.
The pandemic made the whole world pause. But that didn't mean we stopped moving. We evolved. We went digital, mobile, virtual, social, with new ideas, new designs, new opportunities, new innovations. And we sought out new solutions, new platforms, new partners, new customers. The only certainty now in this new world is digitalization. Alibaba Cloud is APAC's #1 cloud service provider, supporting you with cloud computing, data intelligence, mobile collaboration, and industry intelligence. We digitalize retail because we leverage our vast user understanding to create a seamless user experience. We digitalize finance because people demand even safer and more secure services. We digitalize education because today's classroom is in a global living room. We digitalize manufacturing, logistics, media, gaming, and more. For peace of mind for you and your customers. And because every company needs innovation. The world has turned a corner, and the digital world has fully begun. Alibaba Cloud helps to be your partner in accelerating your business. Ready, set, Digitalize. Accelerate digitalization with Alibaba Cloud.
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
Good morning. Selamat pagi. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Selamat Tahun Baru. Happy New Year. Saya nama Liang Chen. I'm taking care of Alibaba Cloud Indonesia. Thank you very much for coming and being here at 2023 Alibaba Cloud Developer Summit. This is our first time to run the international Alibaba Cloud Developer Summit in Jakarta. This is also our first large offline event this year. It's great to see so many passionate innovators, developers, entrepreneurs, and engineers to be here. I'm sure and I believe you will have a fruitful and a wonderful journey today. First of all, I'd like to welcome Pak Dedi Pamadi, the Special Advisor to the Minister of Cominfo. Thank you for making your time here. And second, I'd like to welcome the senior leaders from our headquarters. Dr. Wang Jian, the founder of Alibaba Cloud. And Ms. Selina Yuan, the president of Alibaba Cloud Intelligent International, to join us. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Pak Dedi, the special advisor to the Minister of Cominfo, to come to the stage to give us an opening speech. Thank you. Let's welcome Pak Dedi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning. May peace, blessing, and health be upon all of us. The Honorable Founder of Alibaba Cloud, Dr. Wang Jian, Alibaba Cloud Intelligence International President Selina Yuan, dan teman-teman inovator yang saya lihat sangat bersemangat yang sudah hadir di ruangan ini. Selamat pagi. Tepuk tangan untuk semangat Anda semuanya. First of all, representing the Minister of Communications and Informatics, I would like to convey His Excellency's apology that he is not able to join us in this lively and anticipated summit. The Minister sent his wishes towards all the distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the drivers of innovation in this forum today. As I believe you are all aware, the ever-increasing digital transformation has driven more adoption of cloud technology both in private and public sectors. At the global level, it is increasingly becoming an unprecedented norm that businesses are utilizing 2 or more cloud platforms in 2023. Such phenomenon has encouraged the adoption of meta-cloud technology to put a compatibility layer between one cloud platform and others and drive organization to consider adopting a hybrid cloud model. It enhances the possibility of organization to combine its cloud implementation with the edge computing. In Indonesia, the utilization of cloud infrastructure plays a pivotal role for businesses, small and medium businesses entrepreneurs, as well as government institutions. The growing rate of the adoption will go hand in hand with the data production activities as the result of technology's disruption in our livelihood. Optimization of cloud adoption is faced by various challenges, one of which is the provision of supply of the digital talent to manage the cloud technology in private and public sectors. At the global level, businesses and organizations have acknowledged the existence of such challenges. Approximately 51% of the respondents highlighted the difficulties of keeping up with the technology skills or talent required. Accordingly, the effort to equip talents with adequate level of digital skills has also become highly necessary for various public institutions across Indonesia. According to a survey, skilling and reskilling digital talents is proven to be a popular method to achieve that goal, with 58.3% of respondents answered that retraining existing staffs is the most effective way to meet the current requirement for cloud adoption experts, in comparison to other methods such as using third-party supports or even recruiting new staffs. The government is committed to support cloud adoption in Indonesia through several digital infrastructure initiatives. In the upstream level, we have rolled out more than 450,000 kilometers fiber optic network as the backbone layer, strengthened our satellite capacity through the construction of Satria-1 or Satria-1 satellite and hot backup satellite in the middle layer, and provided internet access through more than 610,000 base transceiver stations and 15,000 internet access points as the last mile layer. In the downstream level, we have just commenced the groundbreaking ceremony of our first national data center located in Bekasi in November last year. The development of National Data Center will eventually enable cloud adoption for public sectors and better implementation of Indonesia One Data Initiative, government integrated generic application, and ultimately better data-driven policy making. Furthermore, to support cloud technology utilization, which will rely on faster, more advanced connections, we have increased our 5G development that now has covered residential areas and hotspots in 49 cities in Indonesia. Future network will adopt computing technology simultaneously across devices. Out of edge network located closer to the users, such as smartphone as the device edge. In the future, cloud computing is projected to remain disruptive as it presents around $1 trillion opportunity in earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization across Fortune 500 companies in 2030 through cloud cost optimization implementation. Furthermore, the global public cloud market has reached $300 billion in 2020. However, while the volume and velocity of data are accelerating at an unprecedented pace, only less than 20% share of data generated by enterprises were ultimately used. As this challenge mainly caused by latency and cost of moving data across environments. Edge computing presents high potential to address this challenge. Also, as the trend of distributed computing keeps gaining its popularity, 26% of the shipped servers are projected to be deployed at the edge network in 2024. Recognizing this growing trend of cloud and edge computing technology adoption, it is inevitably that cloud and edge computing will be adopted across industries. As once said by a futurologist, Alvin Toffler, the great growling engine of change is technology. And as the cloud technology drives an even more impactful and rapid changes through the collaborative endeavors across stakeholders like Alibaba Cloud Indonesia, let us ensure such innovation accelerates our efforts in achieving a more connected, more digital, and more prosperous Indonesia. Tentu dengan semua semangat yang luar biasa dari teman-teman inovator yang hadir pada pagi hari ini. Tepuk tangan buat semuanya. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Dedi. Please take a seat. Good morning, everyone. Selamat pagi, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Alibaba Cloud Developer Summit 2023. Let's give us a round of applause, please. If you haven't met me, my name is Darlene Valentine, and I am from Alibaba Cloud Intelligence Indonesia team. Welcome to all of you. In February 2009, the first line of Alibaba Cloud was written by Alibaba's engineer, which is printed on the t-shirt you received when you checked in. I actually see some of you are wearing the t-shirt, which is great. In this new year, can you believe we will be celebrating Alibaba Cloud's 14th birthday, and then we have also honored to have Dr. Wang Jian, the founder of Alibaba Cloud, here to tell us the origin story of Alibaba Cloud. Please, everyone, let's welcome Dr. Wang Jian. Thank you.
Good morning, and distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, and also developers, okay. And I understand actually a lot of you actually are coming from a different city around the world, and welcome to Jakarta. And I'm very excited to be here because of its developer conference, okay. And when actually I started the Alibaba Cloud, actually our first developer conference, even before the first launch of our official website. So developer is actually way ahead of our website. And even don't have the business, even we don't have the international business at that time. Actually, I went to the North Europe and went to Tokyo to see the developers around the world, okay. So developer is really special for me and for the cloud. And so again, thank you for coming to Jakarta for this summit. So today, actually, I'm going to share some of the thoughts I had about why we need something called cloud computing. So cloud computing is a buzzword, okay, and at least for the last 10 years. But we just need some time to think about why we need something called cloud computing. So what I want to start is actually, this is the foreword I wrote for the Digitization Task Force policy paper which is for the B20 in Indonesia this year, okay. I'm honored to be the co-chair for this task force group. But there's a few keywords actually when I wrote this forward. The first thing is really about, it's a time for us to thinking about the relationship between the electricity and the computing. And that's the first. Electrification actually reinvents the city in the 20th century. This is a very big statement, okay? So thinking about why we have a city like this, why we have the life like this, because of the electricity. And so there's something that we have thinking about, what's the equivalent of the electrification when we're thinking about the world that around us, okay? And I'm sorry that. Actually, I'm not sure whether can I use my original slides instead of this, with many graphics. Okay, could we do that? Just make sure that we do the right thing for the developers. Okay, is that all right? I'm sorry for that. Actually, all the slides that I'm using is also very simple slides, okay? Just a few lines of word without much graphics, okay? That's pretty much programs can do, okay? You just write the code, and that's it. I'm sorry, just take a few minutes, okay? I think I'll go back to the original slide for that. Yeah, so while there are changes, the slides, I just keep my talking. So thinking about, when we're thinking about the city and oil electrification, and it's interesting to see that, okay, city is the place that bring more people together. So as you probably see the number before that, actually 80% of people is going to be living in the city. But the challenge is huge, okay. That's the challenge that electrification can solve. Actually the city consume more than 70% of the world energy, okay? So all the energy actually are consumed by the city. And even more than that is actually city account for the 60% of the carbon emission all over the world. And one data I have seen is that actually the top 100 cities actually account for the 20% of carbon emission. So basically, the city has a lot of challenges. And we're talking about the smart city and all these things. But when I ask, with all the technology we have today, we really can solve the problem. But personally, I said, okay, answer is no. And okay, so I'll just quickly skip the 14. So this is actually something I really want to show you why the electrician matters, okay. So this is actually a list of technology, National Academy of Engineering. They actually are doing a survey for the 60 plus engineering society. What's the top engineering breakthrough in the 20th century? And you can see, as I highlight over here, the electrification is ranked as a #1, okay. Actually, the Neil Armstrong announced the list in March of 2000. And even if you look at this list, even more interesting is without electrification, we may not have the other invention, even like a computer, even like all the TV and the radio things. So electrification is the invention, what I call the infrastructure innovation. That's different from the other, technology innovation. So cloud computing is the infrastructure innovation. That's why it's different from the other things, okay. And as I said, okay, the electrification reinvent the city, and this is a challenge, as I mentioned before. And so the challenge, if you look at the next diagram, and you can see the challenge is huge, okay. And when people talking about the first industrial revolution and the second and the fourth, I want to make this more simple. So we basically have an era of steam engine, and we have an era of electrification, and we're in the very early stage of digitization. So if they look at the carbon emission, actually, even though steam engine burn the coal, it doesn't create the problem they have today, okay. It doesn't create, but so you can, if you look at the number, actually, the emission of the carbon, the accelerated increase of emission carbon, it actually is because of electrification. So if you look at this red line over here, starting from 1950, we got an exponential increase of carbon emission. And you also see the red dot on the top of that. Actually, we didn't know when we're going to reach the top, okay. It may 5 years from now, it may 10 years from now, but even more challenging is the green dots over here. We need to bring down from the top to here within the 30+ years, okay. And at least for me, as far as I understand, with all the technology, including the technology I listed before, this 20 technologies, there's no technology system that I can conceive can bring down from top to down over here. So if there is, it is the digitalization. So digitalization play a big role. It's just not improving of technology. It is disruptive and fundamental. It's the technology is going to change our way of life, way of production, and in the next 50, even 100 years, okay? And there's a very simple question, actually. What is the fundamentals, foundations for the digitization? So when I work as a co-chair for the task force for the B20, and I read a lot of documents, but there's one thing is missing is we talk a lot of time, talking about digitalization, but we spend, a few people really talking about what's behind that, what's the technology going to help that, and this is actually 3 technology I want to list over here. One is definitely internet. So if you view like a 5G, if you view like IoT as a kind of internet, then I would say the internet is really the fundamental technology for the digitization. So the reason that I put like evolution from the being digital to being online to thinking about, when we're talking about IoT, we are really talking about something that it used to be not online, but with this technology, it's going to be online. Okay? So I view IoT is actually turning everything into the online. So it's still part of the internet technology. And so most of the time when people say IoT, they actually probably, they just think it's a single word, but actually it's not. It's the Internet of Things. It is the internet. So I always said, okay, Internet of Things is the internet. So that's the first thing. The second thing is really about the data. And I purposely, missed this big, the word big before the data. So I would say the data probably is the key things instead of the big data, okay? And that's a key, the fundamental change is from the information thinking to the data thinking. So what's the difference? The difference is, when we're thinking about information, then basically says, okay, we understand this word already, but we need some data or information to solve the problem that we have. When we're talking about the data, that's different. And the data just tells you, okay, we don't know what's happening around the world. We have to use the data first to help us understand what's happening. And then we use the data to solve the problem. So data is I think that one crucial things for the data is help us to understand the world, then help us solve the problem, instead of you just using the information to solve the problem we already know. So data is help to understand something that we don't know yet, then we solve that. But I really want to emphasize the computing things. So that's why I put the evolution of computer to computing. A computer is a great idea. And everybody knows actually this word computer at the very beginning, it's actually referred to the person that do the calculation. It's not really a machine. But then we adopt this word as a kind of machine for us to do the calculation, okay? And so what's the difference between computer and cloud computing? Is basically the way you access the computing. So when you have something called a computer, that basically means that the way you access the computing is through the box called a computer. So personal computer is a great thing because everyone can have access the computer capability. But with the internet, we need make sure it's you can use it anywhere and anytime. So that's why you have to access the computing through the internet. So for me, if you want to define what is the cloud computing, is basically if you're going to access the computing power through the internet, that's the cloud computing. So the fundamental way of the computing model is to change because of these three things. And the more important is, today when we're talking about technology, we always list all the technology in a linear list, okay? So in the last 10 years, we said we have cloud computing, we have big data, and we have artificial intelligence. They all list in a linear way. So that's why I present the technology in the way I said, okay, we have three foundations, and then combine with the artificial intelligence, with the 5G, with the IoT, with other things. We have to think about, we have to put all the technology in a structure. So without a structure and the different technology, we lost its position. So for me as again, I want to say, these internet, data, and the computing is the cornerstone for the digitization. And with this framework, then we're going to have this artificial intelligence with 5G. That's important for the internet. So I really want to emphasize that we have to think different new technology in a structured way. And I still remember that as the early days of cloud computing, Larry Ellison actually said about something about cloud computing. Actually, I agree with his view about technology, but the conclusion is wrong. I mean, Larry's conclusion. So Larry basically said, okay, for any technologist, they can't view technology as a fashion show. So today's thinking about, in some way, we actually take technology as a fashion show. So every month, not even every year, we're talking about new technology. Thinking about it, if it is a fundamental technology, we actually don't have much new technology, just like electrification, okay. It's still there. It just still takes time for us, make sure we electrify everything. So thinking about electric cars, okay. Is this a new car? It is, but it's still old car. So thinking about the first car in the world, more than 100 years ago, it's electric cars, okay. Actually, it's electric cars, okay. But so in some way, the car industry is the last industry that we are electrifying, okay. So that's why thinking that all the technology in a systematic way actually is important. And then we have to answer another question in terms of all the technology we're thinking about. What's the ultimate problem we want to solve? And And we're not just improve efficiency. We not just want to, you know, okay, we can do something we can't do, you know, before. So this is there's a few examples I want to give over here. It is one thing, okay. This is actually the number, this is actually the data from the Irish, okay. So thinking about, even we have a city like this, we have this all new technology. We always said, okay, we're building smart city. But few people realize actually the leakage rate of the water supply system is as high as I list over here. So like the 50% of the water in our pipeline, it just mysteriously gone. And nobody knows where that is, okay. And even with this tremendous effort in Irish, and even by the 2030, and there's still about 1/4 water, it's just gone. So I think why digitalization matters, why cloud computing matters. Today, every drop of water we actually used, nobody can calculate that. So my goal is want to make sure in the future, every drop of water that we used have to be calculated before we used. That needs computing power. That makes sure the computing power will cheap enough. Then we are going to saving the more water for the earth, okay. So this is something that we have to answer for that question, for that. And this is another way and we look at the question. This is the picture I took when I walk on the London street, and because there's some events over there, people are talking about, you know, sustainable development. So what do you see on your right? There's 2 barrels of water, and it says, okay, in Ethiopia, and every family, they consume 2 barrels of water every day. And also, because they don't have the right water supply system, so they get the water from polluted river. And on your left, there's 17 barrels of water, and it says, okay, in the UK, every family actually consumes 16 barrels of water every day. And I think for most of our people, I think there's 2 points over here. The one is we make sure we have clean water. Second, we should have the people that they need, you know, they don't have the access of the water. But there's one question missing over here. So when I give a presentation in London 3 years ago, I used the same slide, said, okay, the missing question is, if technology can tell us how many water actually a family needs. So during my presentation 3 years ago, I basically said, okay, if 6 barrels of water is enough for the family to make 17 barrels of water clean, it's not still socially responsible, okay. But the challenge you have today, we don't know. We don't know whether 2 barrels of water is okay, or 6, or 17 is okay. But I think that with the technology, with the internet, with the data, with the cloud computing, I think we are able to answer that question. So that's actually, for me, is the ultimate goal that for the digitization we are talking about today, save the resource. Because we have save the nature resource, like water, like electricity, and also through the data. The data is a new nature resource for us, okay. And so eventually, why computing matters, why digitization matters, I would say that the one watt of electricity will create 10 times more value with the technology from all the people you are sitting over here, okay. So through the digitalization, through all the effort we are doing right now, that everything that we have, every nature resource we use is going to be create 10 times more value for that. And again, if you're thinking about the digital economy, so I always said, okay, digital economy is the economy of computing. And this is very interesting that actually diagrams I put in my book, Being Online. is what's the relationship between the being online and with digital economy, and how you can see that different technology play a different role in this structure. But I really want to, one thing I really want to make sure that actually want to emphasize, when talking about computing, we have to think about its utility. And so it's similar to the electricity, not just, and some other things may similar, but as the utility is something very fundamental for both for the electricity and the computing. And in that sense, it's, computing is going to take a different, principle to follow. And today, people, when talking about IT technology, we are talking about Moore's law, okay? And it is fundamental in terms of the silicon technology. But that's for the traditional IT. But if you're thinking about in the world of being online, it's going to follow the different roles. And different roles, okay. And the first is, have to make sure that every bit have to be online. That's why internet matters, okay. And the second is really about, the data have to be able to flow on the internet. So the data sitting in your hard disk is useless, but the data as it flows through the internet actually is very important. So that's why security matters. So security is more important than any other the area for the information industry. And the last thing probably is very important is every object represented by bits can be computable. So that's why we create a new value for this world. So forget about the Moore's law. This is the law for the silicon, but for all like Web 0.30, we are going to probably follow the different rules. And the last thing that I want to say is a few words really about why cloud computing is so different from the other technology. And this is probably the best statement I can have. So thinking about cloud computing is going to play the same important role, just like electricity played in the era of electrification. Again, electrification is so important. Today, probably a few people realize that it is a technology just because it's so pervasive. It's pervasive enough we can forget about that. So best technology is the technology. Eventually, we didn't realize it existed, okay? And why, we have the cloud computing, there are so many opportunities for the developers, okay? And it's very hard to describe. But if you're thinking about apps, it's a kind of, lightning bubbles, okay, in the age of electrification. So what's the other new invention? Like in the era of electrification, we have TV, we got a washing machine, and we got refrigerator. But today, if you're thinking about the app, it's just one of the things like lightning bulb. That basically means that new things, a lot of new things have not been invented at the era of digitalization. So for me, I'm really excited, if I'm a developer. We have to think about, is there any other thing new that we can do that? There's a lot of new things is possible, okay? So why it is possible? Because of you. So I listed developer. Actually, goes back 9 years ago when I gave a keynote in the Alibaba Cloud Conference. Actually, the title for my presentation is the title is over here, developers and developers. That's why we got innovation. Without you, there's no innovation on the new infrastructure. So cloud computing is the new infrastructure innovation that is dependent on the developers to do even more important, even more innovation on that infrastructure. That's all my presentation. I thank you for your attention. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Wang Xian. Next, we will have the keynote from Selina Yuan, Alibaba Cloud Intelligence International President. Please welcome Selina Yuan.
Good morning, dear distinguished guests, developers. Really am very exciting. As Leo mentioned, this is really the first time we have this such big event for the international developers for the Alibaba Cloud. We also call it Apsara developers. I think it's kind of the, the circle. I still, remember like some very historic moment, like almost 12 years ago, we have had the first Alibaba Cloud. At that time, we call it Aviation Developers Summit in Hangzhou, our headquarters, organized by Dr. Wang. I think this is really the amazing moment. And today, we have this international developer summit here. Very proud of you. Very, appreciate you join us and support us. Really, thank you very much. Yeah. So before, I would like to share the video. Yeah.
We use AI to help some farmers to predict and to maintain and deploy our model at scale. We want to help the fishermen to find the right fishing area and to provide the guidelines regarding a safe area for them to pass.
We use Alibaba Cloud ECS to power our chatbot backend system. And we also use Apsara DB for storing the data, like the maps and analysis to be broadcasted.
I have an opportunity to learn about many technologies that Alibaba Cloud provides. By creating this website, I strongly believe there is still hope for tourism industry of Bali to rise and grow as the pandemic began to subside.
Yeah, thank you. This is really, we have the quick view of what we have done together with our developers. Yeah, this is really, we pleased to say so many developers together with the Alibaba Cloud have their career, have their business successfully. Actually, as Dr. Wang mentioned, since we have the Alibaba Cloud in the year 2009, I think this journey is also a very successful witness of the developers create the Alibaba Cloud, Aliyun, and they have their, now we have the worldwide footprint. And there is some very historic moment I would like to share with you. The first one is we have our FK, these projects. That means at that time in the year 2010, we started to have the, a team to make these 5K clusters. That means a huge, cloud computing capacity and ability. So that means with all of these 5K clusters, our customers and our developers, they can have this giant computing platform as one of their utilities. they can have their business trigger their career, have started their whatever, some creative ideas with this so strong the support from the Alibaba Cloud, the platform. Another milestone I would like to share with you, also the 1 year later, in the year 2011, we officially launched our website. And that means also we officially provide our web service to the customers. This is also really the commercialized, the launch, the milestone. And we have started our international business in the year 2015. This is also the very key, the milestone for the Alibaba Cloud. At that time, we have our alibabacloud.com, this website, and also we started to officially launch our business and the services to our overseas customers. We are pleased to say, as we are the top sponsorship for the Olympic Games, so that's why we successfully support the Tokyo 2020 and also the Winter Games in Beijing 2022. So that is also the 100 years for the Olympic Games, the first time introduced the cloud computing and have their traditional business, traditional sports way with the digital journey. That is amazing, this, I think it's a miracle since at the beginning of the Alibaba Cloud in the year 2009. And, we think there's so many, these very, the splendid, the moment and milestone is just because we have a team of the developers, make the dream to reality, make the impossible to be possible. So from our experience, normally we identify and figure out what's a big challenge for the developers. Yeah, there is some four main the risk concerns from the developers, view or perspective part. One is, how we can have the more the scalability, availability, and the second part is the security concern, including the compliance. And the third part is the cost. The fourth part is how managers the so complicated, the networking, including the bandwidth, some latency issues, and how to support developers with our platform. Yeah. So this is some what we are doing, or what we have done to support the developers. That is one is scalability and availability. The very important part, we keep on our investment for the data centers, overseas data centers. Even last year, we have invested 6 more data centers in the overseas, including we have the new data centers in Seoul, in Bangkok, and we have the new expansion in Tokyo and in Frankfurt, and we have the 2 new data centers invested by our joint venture in Riyadh, Saudi Arabian Kingdom. The more the better utilities for our, the customer artists dance this kind of the party in the Jakarta, the warehouse project. This is, so many visitors here, very famous event in Jakarta. So together with our customers, we suppose that this really the big event by the Alibaba Cloud. We support 120,000 visitors for this one time. So this is just maybe a quick, the shot for our business part. But that means, for the different business, we can have the different, the scenario to support. This is another case I would like to share with you. Is about the talents. Yeah, for the Alibaba Cloud, we always think the internationalization finally is a localization. So we want to have the more local talents together with us. So that's why we work very closely with so many universities. This is one in Indonesia. Yeah, Universitas the Prestia Maya. So we work together to have the online platform and the e-learning platform. And in the meantime, we can support so many the students and the talents locally to learn all of this. Yeah. So besides this, we want to emphasize we continue to have our contribution and have our efforts for the open source ecosystem. Yeah, this is the the GitHub, even some programs. And this is another I want to say is for the open platform. And also, besides we joined so many the open source ecosystem, but also have our own some and we want to have our technology to the so many the talents and the developers. This is we have some conclusion for our open source community, the contribution and achievements. You can see we have done a lot with so many the world, some service providers, with some technical providers. Yeah, this is really we are really have our business in the very open ecosystem, and we also want to make our efforts for this open ecosystem. Yeah. Besides this, I want to emphasize we are going to launch our new Apsara developer community. And with these developer communities, we want to have the more friendly the interface and have the more friendly support to our developers for the Alibaba Cloud. And also we can support so many tools and keys for our developers. And another we have is the smart scholarship. So as I mentioned before, not only just for the some the business locally, and we want to have the more the efforts, more investment for the local talents. So that's why even we work a lot with so many universities globally, and we have this smart scholarship for the students, for with some the universities to have this, to know more about the cloud, to know more about the Alibaba Cloud, and even some AI and the machine learning, all of these technologies. Yeah, so we am pleased to, at this moment, I want to, launch some our partnership with this very, the key partners from the universities in Jakarta. Yeah, yeah, maybe we can invite these three, the very, the good universities together with me to launch our partnership, to show our determined, to show our investment here in Jakarta. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Selina. Let's welcome Dr. Endang Sulistyowati, MPD, Vice Dean for Industry Partnership and Alumni from UGM. Dr. Diah Witardini, BINUS Global Director of BINUS University. And lastly, we have Dr. Muhammad Salman, Head of the Computer Engineering Study Program from University of Indonesia, to the stage to launch the Alibaba Smart Scholarship together with Selina. Please put your hands on the screen. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Please move forward for your photo taken. Thank you, doctors. Please have a seat.
Really thank the local universities together with us. We are so honored to have them together with us. So finally, I think this is, I want to show my really the sincere, the respect and the, my appreciation for the developers. So that's why we have this wording from the Dr. Wang's book, The Being Online. I think this is really left me very, very excited and moving. Because of the developers, we have the Alibaba Cloud. Today is a new milestone for the Alibaba Cloud. With you, with our distinguished partners, developers, and together with our customers, finally, I think we can forward more. And the hope we can these really, these joint efforts and make the developers and have you success with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Selina, and respected universities. Next, we will have Mr. Raymond Xiao, Head of International Industry Solutions and Architecture of Alibaba Cloud Intelligence, discussing thriving in the cloud, the innovation, products, and trends. Welcome, Raymond.
Good morning, dear guests and developers, innovators, and builders. Welcome to this event. I've seen so many people here, and I'm so excited to see that every developer bring into the same place. Just like Dr. Wang just mentioned, a city is a place where people bring it all together. But for a community, is where all our developers live and bring together and exchange ideas and innovate. So today, I'm very proud to be able to present with you about some of the latest technology trends from our perspective and some of the technology innovations that we will provide. And we look forward to this innovation together to make the coding better. So here is some, from our perspective, some of the latest cloud technology trends that we observe in this upcoming year. And the first one is cloud native. As there's no surprise that cloud native is becoming more and more important in every company. And in fact, by some of the third-party analysts such as Gartner, that eventually there will be 85% of the company will adopt cloud in some way in their IT strategy. Regardless of a single cloud or multi-cloud, it will become more and more important that providing the cloud-native technology where all these cloud providers could be able to facilitate our developers to easily do your coding and your development. And of course, serverless will become more and more onto this stage, because whenever you're doing the coding and development, you have to still worry about the infrastructure, the underlying maintenance cost, and the time that you spend could be huge. So by leveraging serverless computing, that would actually be able to remove all those tedious work, and you just simply focus on doing your business coding. And of course, there will be another trend that we observed by Gartner that he actually mentioned super app will become more and more popular. Indeed, the report showed that almost 50% of the global populations will use super app in the next few years. So how to effectively transform your traditional mobile app into a super app so that you can enjoy the benefit and creating another bigger ecosystem with all your mobile users. That will be another trending that we've seen. And of course, lastly, with the growing demand of the data and also the booming of the AI technologies, we've seen that more and more developers will start to adopt efficient and streamlined big data and AI integrated platform to further do their developments on this area. So later, I'll start to walk through some of those areas and what Alibaba Cloud will be able to come together with all of you to innovate in this area. The first one is about the cloud native. So cloud native, as we mentioned, it will become more and more popular. And as Alibaba Cloud, if we look at the bottom layer, we have multiple different container services that are available not only on the public cloud, or if you are running your cloud native clusters on premises or even on a third-party cloud. There's a very simple and seamless integrated approach where we call the ACK1 and ACK Anywhere. It does not matter where you put your cloud cluster is. We can still provide a unified management platform that will allow you to manage, operate, and monitor, and also deploy it in a more unified way. And based on that kind of layer, you can do your workloads anywhere you want. And of course, on top of that, there will be like the microservices that you develop. Like say, for example, you're using Istio or some other architecture. There will be the service mesh, that kind of technology. We have the product, what we call the ASM, the service mesh product that will allow you to quickly roll out a ASM and service mesh on top of cloud. But of course, you are considering to do a more serverless approach by using the function-driven or event-driven architecture. You can definitely use some of the function compute and all those like Event Bridge or some other products that will allow you to build a more event-driven approach. But of course, observability is very important. As you start to build more of all those different technologies, observability, how would you have a more holistic view about the whole architecture of your cloud would be more important. And in that perspective, we actually will introduce later on about a full suite on the observability so that you can have a holistic view and a unified view approach to your cloud architecture. So here is the observability suite that I would like to introduce to you. So observability suite basically consists of multiple different components. It's all based on the open technologies that you've seen, like Prometheus, like Open Telemetry, and also like Grafana. All those open technology would be able to manage service offered by Alibaba Cloud, and so that you can connect with all different kinds of data sources, be able to have the cluster to monitor all those status and progresses, and you can also be able to set up the config the alert so that you can able to see the current status and health of your environment. But of course, we provide a more unified and centralized logging system so that wherever the data and the logging are coming from, regardless it's an auditing purpose or a data logging or operation logging, would be able to consolidate into a single places so that you can be easily be able to manage for a different purpose. By doing this kind of comprehensive observability, you will be able to achieve a greater efficiencies and of course lower the building time of building the dashboard or spending time to manage all those different sources. And the next one is about serverless. We just mentioned about serverless would be able to help you to more focus on your business logic and your code development. Without managing all those underlying complexity and infrastructure, you will be able to have a more scalable and more cost-effective approach toward your cloud workloads. Alibaba Cloud so far has already released more than 20 products on serverless architecture. So meaning that it's scattered from compute, database, storage, and observability, and big data and AI. All those products that you use will become serverless. And just imagine that you don't need to worry about the underlying complexity. You simply be able to achieve more efficiency and time to market with this kind of serverless technology. Here's one of the customer example that we want to show. Is a Japanese comic and also animation and also the gaming customer. So they used to have a lot of different environments and also complex operations on different technology stacks. By leveraging Alibaba Cloud's, the cloud native technology and also the serverless, they will be able to achieve a greater performance and also, of course, a greater operation efficiencies of up to 60%. But of course, with the high performance databases and analytic databases for BI purposes, you'll be able to achieve a greater operations so that you have the full insight of the gaming experiences from your user so that it can further drive your decision making in the next stage. And next, we just talked about super app. How powerful super app? I'm not sure how many of you have been using super app. Or maybe you don't know even that you are using a super app. But importance of super app is that it's basically creating an ecosystem. It's not purely about a mobile app itself. It can be able to integrate seamlessly with all your relevant business together so that you can only download once with your mobile app, and then all the mini program will be able to safeguard by you, and all the mini program will enjoy the same user base of your mobile app. So that's the beauty of having a super app. So on the left-hand side, here are some of the best practices from Alibaba that we have consolidated in the last over 20 years of experiences. Regardless is the Taobao or the AMAP or any of these mobile app services provided by Alibaba. All of those super apps, they can include multiple functions where the consumer, they were able to enjoy it. Say, for example, they are doing a shopping on the e-commerce, but then they can also do a shopping on some other like a holiday package, or maybe booking a flight, or maybe whenever they are doing a ride hailing, they will be able to do also a search on the other like food or maybe some other relevant business. Then you will be able to create an ecosystem that can further growing your business and also the funnel. So with that kind of best practices, we actually have already commercialized these technologies, and we have this one-stop super app and mini program platform, what we call the EMAS. This EMAS platform is an end-to-end mobile development platform. It not only includes the mobile development, but it also includes mobile testing, security testing, mobile operations, and of course, it creates a closed loop so that you simply do not need to worry anything. As long as you're using this platform, it's end-to-end and allow you to simply create the mobile super app and mini program. Another beauty is that it's all containerized. And for any of your existing traditional mobile app, you can easily transform that into a super app within hours. It's leveraged by a containerized framework. It's quite mature and proven by Alibaba. And you can also use an IDE with a very user-friendly approach. You can write the mobile codes over there, or you can write your JavaScript. Every coding languages that you are using, you do not need to change. It's all open and up to your choices. So whenever you're doing the development and then you release, then there will be a testing with different types of mobile devices, regardless it's an iPhone, regardless it's an Android, for different mobile branding, such as Samsung, such as Oppo, or some other brands. We'll be able to test it on the same environment. So you don't need to worry about the bugs on your mobile devices for some particular brands. And we provide a visualized report and also a replay feature so that you can replay back to a certain point so that you can do the debugging of that coding, and then you can further do a release and publish. And of course, there will be also a big data analytical module that are included. So you can do the embedding of your script so that you can learn about the user behavior on a certain mobile app and the mini program. And of course, it generates the dashboard, and you can help you to do more fantastic big data analytics. So what does it mean? So from developers' perspective, we separate that into two categories. The first type is the super app itself, the super app mobile developers. You'll be easily enjoy this end-to-end mobile development platform. It includes development, release, testing, everything, right? And then also, of course, if you are managing or owning a native app and you want to transform into a super app, you can also use this platform to simply help you to transform. By containerize it, we provide a framework. You can finish that within hours. And then for the second type of developer is the mini program developer, where is part of this super app. You can be provided with an IDE, so you can simply write your mini program for the super app with the same platform as well. But of course, it's easy, and also you write it once, it means you can deploy anywhere for any mobile devices and even different operating system. Write once, deploy many. Okay. And on the right-hand side, here are some of the customer or partners that we been already on the first batch. One is types. One is migrating to a super app within 2 weeks from a traditional mobile app. And the other one is transforming an original mobile native into a mini program within 1 week. So that's the power of having this EMAS platform that will help you to transform into a super app to cater for your business. And of course, lastly, we talk about big data and AI. And it's coming the trend that big data and AI eventually, somehow more integrated. So you will be able to leverage the same platform, a more unified platform, and the workflows in order to develop your big data and AI coding. With Alibaba Cloud, we have DataWorks for big data end-to-end management, and we also have the Pi for machine learning development. And for the DataWorks, it's been fully integrated with Alibaba Cloud's Max Compute, which is a Alibaba Cloud's best practice data warehouse technologies. And also there will be EMR, which is more open source, that are embracing lots of different technologies by building data warehouses. And regardless is building a data lake house or a data lake, you'll be able to use some of the underlying technologies such as Max Compute, Flink, or Holograph from Max Compute family. But of course, you can also leverage object storage to store all the semi-structured or unstructured objects to even further boost up your portfolio of this data lake. But of course, on the right-hand side is the AI platform, where we allowed the machine learning developers be able to do the development and also doing the feature engineering, and also a lot of testing and evaluation and inferences using the same platform. And here, Alibaba Cloud continue to innovate it in order to bring the cost efficiencies and all those benefits to our developers. We also been working really hard in-house in order to improve the computing efficiencies and also the storage efficiencies and also the interoperability of the whole architecture in order to bring the value to our developers, but also making our services cheaper and cheaper so that you can do it in a more affordable way to innovate. So here are some of the examples that I choose here, includes Elasticsearch with the serverless editions, and also with the Flink, we have a more powerful and cost-efficient model. And with EMR, we have separated the storage and compute layer to provide a much better performance and lower costs, and much more. And of course, lastly, it's a very exciting moment that I will announce the launch of the global hackathon for PolarDB. PolarDB is a cloud-native database by Alibaba Cloud. And in order to even facilitate our developers to innovate on top of Alibaba Cloud, we'll launch this hackathon with a prize pool of $30,000 US, and it starts today. For registration, you can simply scan the QR code on the left-hand side, and then you can go to the Tenship platform for innovation. You can join the competitions, and then you can simply develop your coding, your projects using PolarDB for MySQL or PolarDB for PostgreSQL to do these innovations. And we are more than welcome for you to participate in these competitions and learn from each other. So that concludes my section today, and I really look forward for every developers to keep on innovating, keep on building using Alibaba Cloud, and I hope that can also bring you the value with efficiency and cost effectiveness, and of course some of the best of the breed technology for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Raymond. Next, we have Li Dongping. He will share multilingual language understanding and computer vision solutions from Alibaba Damo. Welcome, Li Dong.
Hello, everybody, distinguished guests and the developers. I'm Li Dong from Alibaba Damo, and it's my great honor to be here to present you some solutions from Alibaba Damo, including the multilingual NLP solutions, speech solutions, and computer vision solutions. So here is the outline of this talk. In the first part, I will briefly overview Alibaba Damo Academy, and then followed by the solutions for multilingual NLP spoken language, computer vision. Note that all the products and the solutions I'm introducing here have been used in the real business application scenarios of our partners and clients. So here is the overview of Alibaba Damo, and currently we have 5 research areas: machine intelligence, data computing, robotics, fintech, and X generation techniques. And in total, we have 16 labs located in 7 cities in 4 countries. And the covered products or solutions here are mainly from the lab for machine intelligence. So this page presents you the full picture of Alibaba Cloud Technique Stack. And you can see at the bottom layer, here are the techniques from Alibaba Damo Academy. And then one layer upper is the infrastructure facilities, including security, database, containers. And we cloudify the Alibaba AI techniques together with the Alibaba Cloud infrastructures to support our clients and partners. So here are a few concrete examples to tell you how the innovation techniques bring in changes in our daily life. So the case in the middle is our autonomous robots for the last mile parcel delivery. It is now delivering millions of orders to the end consumers in the cost of 1/3 of the industry average. And the last case on the right is about cognitive AI. Nowadays, we know that pre-training models are changing the technological basis for many areas. And in Alibaba, we also train one of the largest pre-training models in the world. And more importantly, our model is trained with low carbon and high efficiency. So from this slide, I will start to introduce some multilingual and CV solutions. And here is the first example about multilingual address processing. As we know, address processing is needed in many business scenarios, particularly in Southeast Asia. Many companies are doing business in multiple countries with very different languages. So in address processing, the very first step is to parse this kind of free text address into this kind of structured key value pairs. So our address parsing model is empowered by a few advanced techniques, such as a large pre-trained address language model and deep NER model. Now, our parsing model can support a few regions, of course, including the ASEAN region, and the Middle East, and Hong Kong, and so on. So, in the previous address parsing output, we recognize the district name, the city names from the free text address. But this extraction output could be different from the standard name in the database of an end user. So here is our region name normalization solution. So existing solutions usually rely on the geofencing techniques. They will rely on the input geocode and then retrieve the geofencing system to get a geofence. But the problem here is that the input geocode is usually not very accurate. So you may find a wrong geofence. So in our solution, we only rely on the input free text address, and empowered by our big data techniques, we can map the recognized city names, district names to their official standard names very accurately. So let's think about why do we need the region name normalization solution in the previous slide. So the reason is that most platforms, e-commerce platforms, logistic platforms, they do not have a powerful tool that can help them to ensure the user input high quality address at the very beginning. Here is our solution for address auto-completion to user that want to input address in your address book. After you select the structured portions, such as province, city, and district names, and then you can just type in the keyword here to search the big backend high-quality address database. And we will return a list of high-quality address, and you select the correct address and save it in your address book. In this way, we will have our users' address books containing only high-quality address. So if you are interested in these address solutions, you can visit the the cloud marketplace, and to have a try. So for the next, I will introduce two sentiment analysis solutions. So the first one is a review analysis solution for e-commerce platform. We can directly look at the app screen here. So this is a so-called store impression. So for store impression, we process the product reviews of a particular store, all the product reviews of the products that this store is selling, and then we extract the hot tags. For example, it could be fast delivery, nice service, this kind of tags. And then we show the tag just right under the store. This store impression tag will help the user to trust the new products of this store, because new products usually has no reviews. But given the good store impression tag, the user will trust the new products as well. And the next screen is about the product impression. So we know that for the hot items on the platform, there are many, many reviews. It's very time-consuming to digest these many reviews. So we also extract the high frequent tags for a particular product from its reviews and then show it here. This can help the new customers to understand the products quickly. So this is another sentiment analysis solution for the tourism business. And on the left-hand side, we have the visitor reviews for a few attractions in Singapore. And with this solution, we not only identify the sentiment polarity of each individual review, we also extract the commenting aspects, such as sightseeing, transportation, environment, and so on. And we also calculate how many times a particular aspect is mentioned and their sentiment polarity, positive or negative. And we also extract the keywords for each aspect. So this can definitely help the business manager to understand people's detailed idea about each attraction. So for the next, I will introduce some speech products and solutions. On the website of the Alibaba Cloud, you may find ASR services for more than 30 languages. So ASR means you convert the voice into the free text. And these 30 languages definitely include those in the ASEAN region. And we also support telephony ASR. We can support 8 languages for this. And here is a concrete application in our ecosystem. It's a voice search solution for e-commerce. We know that voice search is quick and natural for human interaction. And our ASR techniques enable an e-commerce platform of Alibaba to be the first one to offer voice search experience in this ASEAN region. And built on specifically optimized e-commerce ASR model, our voice search is good at recognizing popular search items, SKU names, brands, and types, and so on. So here are the 3 steps of using the voice search, which is very convenient, particularly for the language with characters that are not very easy to type in. The next solution is the intelligent customer service. It is serving the biggest promotion of Alibaba single day. And about 98% of the telephone customer service now are completed by the AI voice customer service. And it is equivalent to the workload of 85,000 junior workers for manual customer service. And for the next, I will introduce 2 computer vision solutions. And the first one is the so-called Pilitao, which is an image search engine for e-commerce. So suppose you just see a product that you are interested to buy, but the problem is you don't know its name. You even don't know its brand. You may just take a picture and submit the picture to the Pilitao engine to search the product. So now currently this Pilitao is widely used on all Alibaba e-commerce platforms. And we also have some external customers, including a furniture company from Japan. And here is another CV solution for car plate detection and masking. So the solution is empowered by a large pre-trained multimodality model and achieve an accuracy of 95%. So recently, also in Japan, a second-hand car platform using this system to detect and mask the car plate in the pictures that are uploaded by the second-hand car sellers, individual sellers. The solution now helps them to reduce the manual workload by 90%. So the last but not least, I would like to introduce one of a new platform just announced by Alibaba Damo Academy, the so-called Model Scope. It is a new platform for you to download state-of-the-art AI models. For example, if you search here, Indonesian e-commerce NER, you will find a few NER models that are ready to download and to use directly. You can also find many other NLP models, speech models, and computer vision models here. And we also provide the fine-tuning API. Suppose you have your own training data, you can also do the fine-tuning of a checkpoint of a SOTA model and then to get your own tailor-made model. So that's it. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Litong. Next, let's welcome Mr. Alex Walden, CEO of Verberica, to have a keynote with the topic of moving with the flow.
Test. Oh, fine, it's working, great. So I've been told to start at this point and to move slowly between these speakers. So I'm trying my best to do that. So my name is Alex. I jokingly refer to my role as the Chief Entertainment Officer because I have to make sure that my people are happy. And I'll be talking a bit about Apache Flink. I think I heard about 14, 15 times today, who we are and what our relationship is to Alibaba. So Apache Flink. We heard it 15 times. Do any people in here know what it really does? Show of hands, maybe? No? Yes? So it's a stream processing engine, and I'll cover what that does in a moment. So Viverica is the original creator of it. It's an open source project. Alibaba is participating, VMware, Apple, Cloudera. It's a big, big community internationally. So it's actually one of the most used projects, and it's there to stay. So Viverica as a company is making it an enterprise-grade framework that we are bundling it with some additional features and are selling it to the world. And why Viverica? Well, it's been acquired in the year 2019 by Alibaba Cloud. We helped merge Blink and Flink into something bigger, and we kept the name Flink. And we are a happy and proud member of Alibaba Cloud. And there are some important things to note. So as a German company, we are predominantly serving the European and the American markets. We are also serving the non-Chinese markets like Indonesia or Japan. We're not so big in China itself. But that is where Alibaba Cloud comes in, because Ali Cloud has everything that we do and is doing that in China. So I'm highlighting that at this point and again throughout my presentation, because if you are running on Alibaba Cloud, happy to see you use us on Alibaba Cloud. But if you're using some other cloud provider, and probably I shouldn't say that here, but then look on our website. So what am I going to talk you through are a couple of points on data processing, just giving you some insights on what stream processing is, how we process data, why we process it, where we do it, and some use cases. And please do take some of my statements with a grain of salt. I was looking at Indonesia as a country. So you have a very low average age, 29, I think. I'm from Germany, where the average age is like 45. So some of the things we do in Europe are totally different than what you guys do here. And that's perfectly fine, because you are an emerging market and we are sort of a dying market. But some of the wisdoms and concepts are still true internationally. So let's look at how data is processed. So there are three fundamentally different ways of processing data. Batch processing, which is, I guess, the old-fashioned way of doing it. You take data at 1 a.m., you process it, you put it somewhere, and then do something with it. Mainframe banking in Europe is a good example for that. It's been purposeful in, let's say, data processing from a data warehousing perspective, where you didn't really need to draw immediate conclusions from your data. If, however, and that's typically what we see in the Asian region, you want to make an instant decision on the data that you are seeing or that you are collecting, then you should look into stream processing. Stream processing is near real time. It's not super real time, and I come to that in a moment. It's near real time as data happens. So if somebody swipes their credit card, you want to be able to do something with that data. You don't want to wait until 1 a.m. in the morning for your Starbucks purchase to go through. It has to be now. It doesn't have to be now in terms of 10 milliseconds, but it has to be now in terms of a second or two. So where we see that happening is where companies are changing their mindset from, let me look at yesterday's data, to let me look at now's data and do something with it. So in the European space, we see that being used in the money transfer areas for banking, the SEPA money transfers. We also see that a bit in IoT use cases, could be oil rigs or car manufacturers, etc. And obviously e-commerce. So Alibaba, being one of the biggest users of our software, it's taking, from what I've been told, up to about 15, 20,000 decision points into consideration to make decisions on what it shows you as a product, what the prices may be, what the suggestions could be. So it's making decisions as data happens. And that's why I called my presentation Moving with the Flow. It has to be moving with the data flow or the data stream. Now on my left, your right-hand side, real-time processing is probably what you see in cars, autonomous driving, air traffic control, where things really have to be instant, sub 10 milliseconds, almost like a human thing. That's not where Apache Flink should be used. I mean, you can try. It's probably not going to work that well, but as a framework, we are designed to be stream processing. We do also offer some batch processing capabilities. So why is data processed? And Dr. Wang mentioned information and data this morning. When I went to uni, I learned that in order to derive information, you have to process data. So data first, and then when you process it, it gives you information. If I follow on his words, he talked about information and that you need data to make some point to it. It doesn't matter how you look at it, but the point is, for us, there are 4 things to take into consideration when we process data. It's time, consistency, especially in the cloudy world. You want it to be consistent when you go multi-cloud or into different regions. You want it to scale, and it has to be maintainable. So let's look at some of these points. Time. I'm using the word automagic in the 3rd line here. It's about the differences of stream and batch processing. So when data occurs, you want something to happen. And that's what I call automagic. So it's important to take time into consideration. Time doesn't always have to be now, but time could also be a week, a month. Like let's say when you use public transport and you have like a monthly discount ticket, you want that time to be up to a month for that company to track your movements on public transport. It has to be, that's the other point, future versus past. Am I looking at historical data to derive some information for historical purposes, or am I using it to make an instant decision? Again, I'm saying I'm moving with the flow, analyze your data as it happens. And then consistency. I mean, you've all heard probably the term eventual consistency in databases and storage. It's very important, especially in distributed systems like Apache Flink, is that data is consistent at the end of processing. So whatever we spill out as information has to be consistent. And it's important because of the data governance topics, because you have to rely on it. And nobody should be able to spend their $100, rupees, euros, whatever your currency is, 2 or 3 times on their credit card. Like once you've spent it, it has to be marked as being spent. And then scale is important because we are hoarding data, we're collecting data. It's so much data out there that we are not processing, but as soon as we start processing it, we need to scale up or scale out in order to process it. So cynically, people were saying, yeah, cloud is just somebody else's computer. But moving to cloud helps you scale, but there should, well, typically is a ceiling to how much you can scale, is when your boss comes and tells you that you've abused his credit card too much. So you have to put a limit to scale somewhere. And also, last not least, maintainability is an interesting thing. Like the data that you've collected and that you've processed, what does it tell you? Is it the search for kryptonite where you don't really know what's happening? So do you have to have the ability to go back in time maybe and reprocess your data? Do you have to make sure that you own it? Who's owning it? That it was compliant, et cetera, et cetera. So there are a lot of things in the technological challenge that we have to take into consideration. So I'm speeding up a bit because I've got about 5 minutes left. But let's look at I call it the as-a-service challenge. In the Western world, let's say the Americas, there's a drive for more public cloud. I'm from Europe, Germany. We are very traditional. We like hugging our servers, so we like private cloud. When you go to Switzerland, they like to put servers into bunkers or mountains. So every country is fundamentally different. And the one point I've given up on is to evangelize on which is the better cloud. As far as I'm concerned, whatever makes you happy, and I'll support you. So we as Ververica are here to enable you run Flink on any cloud. Whether it's your own little private data center on an island or bunker, or if you want to run it in cloud, happy to do it. If you want to go functions as a service or serverless, if that is what makes you happy, I'm your friend. So the point is, we as Ververica are not here to just run it on public cloud. We are here to make it run on any cloud. So use cases, what do we often see? And I have to make a distinction here between Apache Flink and what we have as Ververica as a client. Because Apache Flink is open source, anyone can just use it. So there are some big entertainment companies who are using Apache Flink, and there are also some who are using the Ververica platform and Apache Flink. Typically, I'm not allowed to tell you because of NDA. But what I can say is, for example, Netflix is using it to make decisions on what movies they're suggesting you to watch next. Finance is by far the biggest industry we're seeing in the Americas and Europe, where banks or financial institutions are using it to process data. And I think that would also be one of these markets here for Indonesia where that would make the most sense. Telecommunications, mobile phone operators are often using Apache Flink to not only compute how much they have to bill you, I mean, in times of flat rates, that's sort of gone, but it's more about tracking and compliance purposes where they keep a track of what you're doing. Gaming, we see, betting is a use case where things have to be computed in near real time. And mobility is an interesting one. So as I said, like autonomous driving, we are not really the perfect solution, but there are things around mobility, like your consumptions, et cetera, where I know that companies are using Apache Flink. And last but not least, tourism. So here we have a booking.com, that's a logo and reference I can use. They are using us for security reasons. So if you book a hotel on booking.com, they're checking many things like your credit card, your location, your name, your history with them, et cetera, and then they're making a decision, is that a good booking or potentially not a good booking? So it's often many different use cases for different industries, but the main point on all of these is they're making instant decisions on the data that they're seeing. It's not processing something from yesterday, it's whatever happens now. So a quick look at Apache Flink. It's a framework. It's a programming framework. You can typically write your code in Java, but obviously not everyone speaks Java. So I don't speak Java, I speak SQL. So when I got into this job, I was happy that we support SQL because I could code something against Flink that, is it gone? No, back. Yeah, I could use. Python we support. Whatever kind of blows your hair back, I guess, from a language we can do. Stateful functions was Flink is, because it's in a jar file or in a SQL file, you can put that to any cloud. come and speak to us, we are there at one of the corners on the right-hand side. So we have so if you have any questions, don't be shy and come.
Third, and thanks for having me. So today we're going to talk about applying cloud-native architecture to edge with OpenEarth. So here is the agenda, starting with about the background, what's behind all these activities, and also what's in it for us. And based on our POC evaluation, we're going to share the experiences and like evaluation result that we have. And a quick introduction by myself is I'm Tomoya, and I'm a We have more resources for the edge infrastructure. We want to take advantage of that. So in this particular case, most of the tasks will be processed in edge infrastructure. For example, edge servers or edge devices. And only access to the cloud to, access the user data or user preferences, something like that. So for doing feasibility, we currently use OpenYurt to be like a device bridge. And OpenYurt just works out of the box the most of our use cases. And such as data plane tunneling beyond the network. Network by here is internet. So that you can add your edge devices over the internet to the cluster system. And it provides the interoperability with Kubernetes. I think this is the strong point to keep the compatibility with Kubernetes, because it does not break the API. So if it is not transparent and proxied in any ways to bridge the API, that means it breaks the API. Probably some components from Kubernetes or container network interfaces cannot work because it depends on a kubelet or Kubernetes API sometimes. And OpenYurt also supports the Istio service mesh. And this has been confirmed with the POC environment. And OpenYurt is one of the CNCF project, and we see that open source activity is pretty good. So that is the main reason that we chose to go with OpenYurt, to see if our idea works okay. Okay, here is the POC overview. It's not well described, but application uses camera and streaming devices, excuse me, provide live streaming for the end user. And we have several edge devices that can run containers, of course, and connected those edge devices to OpenYurt components running in the cloud infrastructure. And it's likely that we have the Kubernetes generic node, which is easy to imagine because we already have the Kubernetes cluster running in the cloud infrastructure. So it should be aligned with OpenYurt. And the control plane with the OpenYurt boxes that is connected via OpenYurt tunneling so that we can have the entire fleet control, including edge IoT devices, which by the way, the cameras, some displays or something like that. And tunneling is only required for edge IoT devices in this case. Since OpenYurt manages if the communication requires the tunneling or not based on the IP addresses or network topology. So as I mentioned, edge devices and the application fleet are not statically configured anymore. That means with the POC environment, if you add or remove or any devices in the edge, it will be detected by the cluster system based on your hardware capability or labeling or something. The cluster, it automatically deploys the application based on that information. So it's going to be a more circulatory functioning system we have here as POC. And so far, feedback using OpenYurt just provides us the out-of-the-box experience to extend the cloud native to edge IoT devices. And using CNI such as Cilium, Weave, Flannel that we have checked, and they just work without any problems. And we also verified the service mesh for the Istio work fine with OpenYurt. And since our final scope is not only for the container orchestration, we want to manage entire service mesh for our entire fleet. So that's the requirement also. And currently, we just made sure to use Istio, works with no problem, with OpenYurt. But probably that is not deep enough because something we want to, for the next step is we want to configure security policies using Istio. Okay, the challenges, so far so good. So the OpenYurt for our use cases, but it's like nothing is perfect. So what's missing? So the first priority I want to point out here is edge optimization. I think it's always about trading off. How much can you pay for the system space, right? So, but as far as we can see, from our experience, we pay too much for the tax. So we do need to optimize the footprint and CPU consumption. And I think especially for like a communication cost, to thinking about ARM platform for edge, because the edge devices are resource-constrained environment. That's something we have to deal. And currently, during the installation, the OpenYOLT requires to disable like a Kubernetes, one of the feature that is called node lifecycle. So I think this should be avoided. I think one of the key points for the OpenYOLT is go align with the Kubernetes API. So this constraint should be avoided also. And finally, like device abstraction. This is not only for OpenYOLT, but also Kubernetes, more like container device interfaces that we are working on. We already have issued a KEP, Kubernetes enhancement proposal about this. So as I mentioned, that like once it comes to the edge IoT devices, we have like specific hardwares and complicated devices. Probably you have the proprietary sensors or something like that. So it should be more flexible to add user callbacks or flexible interfaces to implement. So that's, I think, the mandatory to abstract the device to the container runtime. Okay, that is pretty much of my presentation. So in final slide, let me introduce the Kubernetes Edge IoT Working Group. I am the member of that. So we are working together to squeeze out the problems or use cases that I mentioned pretty much in these slides together. So recently we have released the paper called Edge Native Application Principle. I think that was took place at the KubeCon last year. And I think this activity can be aligned with OpenYOLT activity as well. And the perspective is almost same. So if you are interested, please join us and reach out to us. That is all my presentation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tomoya Fujita. Next, let's welcome Mr. Alberto Roura, SRE lead at Studio Non, Alibaba Cloud MVP, to the stage.
Hello, I'm Alberto Roura. I'm from Spain and live in Australia, working since 2014. I'm also Alibaba Cloud MVP. Well, what is this MVP? It's a program from Alibaba Cloud. This encourages professionals like me, like any of you, to really help collaborate in the community. So it's just a bit to create this community and help each other. They also give you early access usually to all the new products, which is pretty cool because you can try everything they're trying internally. They are testing. Sometimes it's even stuff that is still half broken. Let's go with the presentation. So I'm here to talk about generating NFT images using serverless. This is because I'm developing a platform to help artists in the tech space. They have no idea of what NFT crypto is, so we just help them. So the presentation is going to be, first, we are going to explain a bit the pain points of working with media. Working with media itself is kind of a monster. It's this big thing that no one wants to talk about. We're going to talk a bit the Web3 ecosystem, a bit of a concept, because usually Web3 is this thing that everyone talks about, but no one knows exactly what it is. Then I'm going to explain a bit the serverless approach, which Alibaba Cloud products we use. And then I'm going to present a small demo, a bit of how to deploy the whole thing and how we do it. So let's go. So pain points working with media. Usually this is a very resource-intensive thing. Think about how much memory, CPU, and storage is used. is just massive to think about it. The extreme burst, this 1 minute, you have a cluster just sitting there. The next minute, a company throws you thousands of images or videos to process. So this makes it really hard to predict. It makes it really expensive to plan because you can think about, at 9 a.m. every morning, this company sends you these albums or any type of content. You scale everything, you assign 30 GPUs, you fill the cluster with resources, and then nothing happens that day. So that's a lot of resources usually wasted. So it's really tricky to get it done. Workload diversity. Think about it can be images, it can be video, but also it can be from one single file to, imagine a collection of 100 4K 1 hour long videos to process. It's just from processing one small PNG or JPEG to processing that much is just a universe of difference. This requires high operations and maintenance. Well, usually you need highly specialized personnel, which is not easy to find. And once you find them, you really need to don't let them go. If something breaks and someone is on leave or leaves your company, your business is done. So you rely a lot in this type of people. This type of people, why is complex? Because they need to know what to do with the clustering, networking, volumes, all these concepts by themselves. It has a whole thing, a whole set of skill set. Okay, so now we talk about how it's like to work with media. Let's talk about a bit of the concept of Web3. So everyone here is in the same. That's obvious. Usually when we refer as Web3, we talk about chains like Ethereum, Polygon, testnets like Goerli or Kovan. I know there is other chains working on Web3 like Ravencoin or Solana, but usually when people is talking about Web3, the main thing or the big movement is being done in Ethereum-like chains. And speak directly to the blockchain. There is no such thing as a blockchain. You have a node that is connected to the network, is synchronizing all the blocks, all the transactions, is aware of the general state of the whole network. So, and then you have IPFS. So the node connects to the blockchain, and then the IPFS is the decentralized storage solution. IPFS, I think, means Interplanetary File System, which is a pretty nice name, but is meant to be used, or is a solution that is meant to be, or is meant to work sharing files between Earth and Mars. They always say a Wikipedia article takes 48 minutes to load from Mars to Earth, but once someone loads the Wikipedia article in Mars, everyone will be able to read it, if Wikipedia is still there when we go to Mars. This can be self-hosted. You can use usually an API, like service like Piñata or something like that, but it's very easy to host a node yourself, and it's key for NFTs. This is super important because I've seen many famous projects, even from famous people, that they load the assets in a Web2-like approach, and then when they switch off the server, all those NFTs, they are completely worthless. All those assets, they are gone. So this is very important to use. Then we have Web3.js. This is we are reaching the point of when connecting everything. This is a library of a lot of functions to connect your application to the node. In this case, the second part, the node itself. It lets you just make payments, mint the NFTs, a bit communicate with the whole ecosystem. And then the smart contracts. This, for me, is the holy grail, the magic, where everything happens in the Web3 ecosystem. Smart contracts, I like to call them as the kind of evolution of serverless applications, because they run without managing a virtual machine, right? It runs somewhere, no one knows where it's running. But they let you mint NFTs, send, receive payments, and most importantly, they're completely transparent. They're usually written in Solidity. It's a programming language for the smart contracts. And everyone can just go, check, audit, and see if there's something going on. So it's very important for security. Okay, so now we know this, I'm going to explain how we deploy, which products we use in Alibaba to deploy our platform. Of course, we use OSS, Object Storage Service. It's highly scalable, but we use it in two ways. One, the first one is we host the website and the tool directly on a bucket. We run a static site with JavaScript, so we use Vue.js and React. It's a combination of both that we develop the tool with. Then we also use OSS to manage that temporary storage for the collections when someone sends you all the files, the Photoshop files, all the layers, and all the state, the metadata of the collections. We use function compute, of course. This is the core, the heart of a serverless ecosystem in Alibaba Cloud. This lets you run functions on demand, pay per second, and you can also use your custom Docker images if the one they give you, they are not enough. To connect both, we use the OSS triggers. So when something happens in a bucket, an object gets created, deleted, you name it, it creates an event. You can create a listener of that event and then execute a function depending on that. So you can fine-tune a lot what to do with it. RAM, this is Resource Access Manager, I think is the name. This is how we manage the user groups, the permissions. Of course, our solution is working on a static site. This purely front-end is in the browser. We don't host any database, as we try to make it as decentralized as possible. So the user directly uploads all the metadata and all the information to the bucket directly. So we try to make it as safe as possible so they don't delete other people's stuff. So you don't want that. And serverless devs. This is an open source framework. It's to deploy everything. So it's if some of you use Terraform, it's kind of the Terraform for serverless. This is my favorite. Alibaba, I think, is involved heavily in the development. It works with many cloud providers, but it especially works very good with Alibaba Cloud. So you have a config file in YAML, you put your function, and then it just deals with the whole deploy and build steps. So now let's go to the solution. I'm going to show you a bit of how to deploy the whole thing and a bit of a demo. So an artist, as I mentioned, we usually do this for artists that they have no idea of technology. So they know how to do things in Photoshop. So they upload the Photoshop file to the tool, which is hosted in a OSS bucket. And this is what it is. It basically plays with the layers, it checks the rarities, all these things that needs to happen in an NFT, plays that everything works, and assigns how many NFTs they want to do. In the meanwhile, there's a lot of drafts being uploaded. So this keeps going on back and forth to the OSS bucket. So some functions, they keep running for analytics purposes. Next step, so yeah, the NFTs metadata goes to the OSS buckets. The OSS triggers the object created, which is, for me, the most important one. When an object gets created, we run a Python script, which this is where all the magic happens, and generates NFT. We use pandas and basically make sure that all the rarities are set, there is no duplicates, there is enough level of randomness, because that's also magic for the NFT community. A zip file gets generated, so when everything runs, you have two things. One, upload the resulting images to IPFS, as I mentioned before, and directly mint the NFTs, so it's ready to sell and share with the community. Or you can just download the zip file. You can just get the result, get it to your hard drive, and enjoy it. How we deploy it? We use serverless devs, 100% open source. This is an example of a config file. You can see we can have the services, the function itself, and some triggers. This is how we fine-tune. As you can see in the bottom, you have prefix and suffix. So everything uploaded that starts with that characters and ends with that one, there's the prefix and suffix, it will trigger a specific function, which is, well, in that bucket, it will run directly, well, it will run that function, because the trigger's definition is under the function. The next step is once you define the config file, you just run s-build, which builds a Docker image for you. As you can see, if you are familiar with Docker, this is it's getting all the image, it's building, getting all the dependencies for you. Of course, this is speed up. It doesn't work that fast, depending on the network. Once you have the Docker image done, that means you have everything ready. So you can just go as deploy. This gets all the triggers, checks the OSS bucket exists, and gets all the image and uploads to Alibaba Cloud. Once everything is done, you have a nice message like that one, and everything is done. So now is the moment. Now you have the site deployed to a bucket. You have the backend running in function compute, you have the OSS bucket, you have everything ready. So right now, the only thing to do is for the final user to go, pay for the collection, in this case, $12. In this moment, function compute is running, is generating all this collection. So whenever it's ready to just download, you check the file, open all the images, and everything is there for you to use. So this is it. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you.
Thank you, Alberto. In the next part, we will invite technical leaders from leading Indonesian businesses to speak on their best practices and insights with Alibaba Cloud Services and Solutions. First, please welcome Mr. Hafiz Aulia, VP Information Technology of CityLink, to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for Alibaba Cloud team for having me here today. Yes, I'm very happy and excited to be here today. Seeing all of you, we can be together today, and seeing face to face, it means pandemic is over, or maybe or almost over. Even today, after pandemic is over or almost over, almost all the business getting recovered, and means the challenge is not finished. It's more challenge to us. And now I share my thought about how Alibaba Cloud helps CityLink increase smoothly after pandemic, and how CityLink getting recovery in this time. CityLink, many of you know CityLink is a regular low-cost airline, but you may not know way more than that. And then we have a clear strategy and objective that we become to be the most world-class airline, and we serve the domestic and regional flight routes with a hassle-free and premium LCC service, with high reliability, and also with international flight safety standard, and also, obviously, assisted by digital technology. In Citylink, we believe that digital transformation is journey, and this is not the destination, an endless journey. And each transformation journey is unique. As an airline, we believe that digital transformation is an integral part of our business and operational. With people as the heart of digital transformation and all the technologies needed, we committed to transform our end-to-end journey with a specific area, from back office and planning until how we serve our customer and improving our operational through the pre-flight, in-flight, and post-flight. And then we consisted in the several areas, just like airline operation, commercial line of revenue, customer experience, engineering and maintenance, and flight safety. Obviously, all those are to generate more cost efficiency, employee productivity, and brand protection. And simply put, those are for Citylink to gain more profit. And the technology, our technology objectives is very standard. It should be integrated, automated, adaptive, agile, data-driven, and on top of all, is secure. And with all the technology out there that available, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We only need to tailor it from marketing technology, data analytics, in-flight entertainment, artificial intelligence, chatbot, middleware, and also cybersecurity. As a digital airline, we also have multiple challenges, just as regulation, competitors, and also fuel costs. Regulation as an airport regulation itself, and also aircraft regulation itself, and also government regulation. That's our challenge to be better, to be more creative, to improve our digital transformation. And also the competitor, and also fuel costs, which is, fuel cost is the biggest cost that we spend in airline industry. But there are still many opportunities to penetrate the gap and increase our business value through many things. There's still opportunity, like travel experience, improving our travel ecosystem, customer engagement, and cost efficiency. And obviously, that all provided by digital technology. Our digital innovative practice, we define it into 4 outcomes area, which is still more, but today I'll only share you the 4 things. It's commercial, and customer experience, and then operational, and planning and decision making. At the commercial sides, for example, middleware API, how to improve and create our own mobile apps, and to create our loyalty system, the name is Link Miles. And also, the one highlight for our customer experience is chatbot and messaging automation. In our operational side, which consists of 2 things, airline operational and our office automation. We already created our super apps for our employee called Hello City, which is served more than 2,000 employees. And many things, many functionalities is there. And baggage tracing platform, and also the aircraft flight log to serve our cabin crew and also pilot to be more agile. In their planning and decision making also, we created some solution with business intelligence. And also, we create planning and decision making, how to create to make decision faster. It's like business intelligence. BI route predictability, and flight computer, and also flight data analytic to make or to create, to analyze the flight aircraft behavior. And now, most of them, we have been doing that together with Alibaba Cloud. Again, in Citylink, we believe that choosing the right technology and getting it right can build a reliable foundation to support the digital transformation and fly us to a new era. And together with Alibaba Cloud, we leverage our digital ecosystem by power many our critical solution and also improving or gain more exponential value by embrace risk, by adapt better, and also deliver superior customer satisfaction efficiently and effectively. And until today, we have over 3.5 member active and 12 million passenger carried per year and 7,000 payment transactions per day and also 18 million traffic requests per day. For us, that's huge, of course. And how we provide the needs and the requirement and the traffic, we use Alibaba Cloud. 100 VMs. We deployed it in the ECS, and we connected our over 65 airports to our core system through Ali VPN, VPN gateway. And then more than that, we also deploy over 300 reporting services and data analytics on top of Apsara databases. And just like you, we wanted to be better every day. We started migrating our backend engine for e-commerce into microservices using Kubernetes, and also available in Ali Cloud. The objectives are allows to our engineer to develop quickly without reinvent the wheel, more controllable, and optimizing Apsara database in Citylink is just like this. Improving data solution platform has been our concern since 4 years ago. And every day, we are doing the best thing that we can do to improve our data performance and its infrastructure mechanism to support our big data program. Data mining until data visualization, and it's end-to-end. Yes, we have problems in the past, just like you guys. Cannot handle in our past infrastructure. We have many problems, just like limited concurrent requests and hard to scale, lack of monitoring tools, low IUPS, and hard to identify query problems. Since then, we have to solve that, and since then, we wanted our data solution to be better every day. And lucky us, Apsara database help us answering the objective with high availability and easy to scale, and there's a monitoring dashboard available and customized and easy to use diagnostic report. And several solutions that we deploy on top of Apsara database RDS are flight safety management system. That's for our analytic for safety behavior in airline, and equality report, the aircraft flight log. And now, again, we want to be better every day. So we also migrating our core databases for the mobile apps backend engine into Apsara database, and also migrating our data more to come. And with usability of all those technologies to Alibaba, with Alibaba Cloud, our purpose is, of course, we want to get more. We went and took it smoothly right after the pandemic was over. So very helpful. Well-defined business strategy is still a mandatory. While it assisted by good technology, will produce great things in the modern business, especially in airline industry. And we know together, I could say that, yeah, Ali Cloud is new in this business, but looking their commitment and their focus to always improving is obviously also great things for CityLink, to grow together, to fly together. Yeah, thank you and appreciate it to all Alibaba Cloud team, especially Indonesian team. They are very, very helpful since the beginning. Well, finally, the journey continues, and with Alibaba, CityLink will still fly together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Hello everyone. Thank you for Ali team invite me. I'm already lunchtime, but I saw everybody still focused to see the presentation. So thank you very much for the time. I bring here only 2 use cases. As you know, a finance company, the core business is on acquisition as well as in collection, because BFI Finance is more the business more on asset-based finance. So even we also have a non-collateral business, but our focus is on collateral business. So I will present 2 use case here related with the acquisition process as well as for collection. So what is the Ali services that we use for acquisition? One of them is for the credit scoring for two-wheeler business. In this case, maybe you can see the process is very simple, but it's not that simple actually behind the scene. Because we create, a streaming process between the application level into the modeling for the credit scoring. So inside of the application level for the acquisition, there are many steps. Start from the customer input all the data that required to do assessment, as well as we connect to our third party, for example, like credit bureau, to get all the customer status for the credit in other institution, in bank or other finance. And we combine all the data and ingest in streaming process into our data platform. Yeah, so we use not only one cloud platform, but multiple cloud platform. So the complexity is there. So based on that third-party data and also the customer data that we get during the acquisition process, then we run our PD model, probability default model, to give a score for the customer, whether they will get how many tenor of the product and how many ticket size that they can get. So in this case, the performance of the process today is still in under 1 second. So, but for sure, we are not happy yet because we are not scaled up to all the region, all the branches. So later on, we will try to, optimize the process. So what is the challenge in this use case? Actually, the challenge is the multi-cloud as well, and also the responsible of the one system integration into the other system. So we need to have the notification to ensure that any problem in any stage of the process have a notification. So we can do a quick support or respond if there is any problem when we find out in upstream system as well as in the model system. Yeah, So behind the scene, to create the PD model is also we have a journey to create the data model. So for example, 360 customer data model. So 360 customer data model is the bunch of data that we can use for a data scientist team to understand the customer data based on historical data. Yeah. So based on that customer 360 model, for example, we can understand what is the feature engineering and what is the important feature of our data to create the model. So means behind the scene of this picture, you can imagine that we need to have the bunch of data for historical data. We need to understand our data quality as well as, maintain our data in one of storage. So in our company, in BFI, we have very strong data warehouse in our on-premise, and all the analytics process happen in cloud using Ali platform. Yeah, so this solution we will replicate to other product, for example, for four-wheeler or car, and as well as for unsecured loan later on. Okay, so next for collection. So as I mentioned before, multi-finance, the main core business is acquisition and collection, because BFI is asset or collateral-based loan. The main product is collateral loan. So for collection, the other way of streaming process, for collection is more on batch process. So you can imagine every day in our core system, the status of the customer will be decided whether the customer is already late or near too late to pay. So all the status of the customer will be flowing into our data warehouse and also collect to our data analytics platform, and we run the collection model to identify what is the treatment for that customer. So for example, Made. So I have DPD5, for example. So the other way, Budi, for example, they have also the same DPD5. So late pay for 5 days. So doesn't mean the treatment for Made and Budi is the same. Yeah, because we need to understand the persona of the customer, the behavior of the customer. So can be maybe for me is only need to send a WhatsApp or trigger by telecollection, but Budi, in this case, because the persona is not really good, the historical information is not really good, maybe we already need to send our field collector to his house, for example. So that's why we need to have, very strong collection model to identify what is the treatment for the customer, because that will be impact to the cost, the collection cost. So in this case, collection model is not only talking about what is the technology that we use, but also what is the saving cost that we can do. So one hand, we need to collect money, yeah. The other hand, we also need to reduce costs because of, if we compare like WhatsApp reminder, SMS reminder, call, or field collector, the different way to treat customer have a different cost, yeah. And we also need to understand not lose the customer at the same time. So means we not expect the customer will be rolling to the next DPD. So that treatment is handled by the collection scoring. So in that case, we also have a dashboard, real-time dashboard, to monitor the collection performance. So what is the performance of digital collection? What is the performance of the tele collection, as well as what is the performance for the field collection? So this dashboard is very important because that will be, impact to the management decision related with the collection budget. So in this case, I think technology is one thing, but the strategy is very important. So the strategy is not only driven by the experience, past experience, but also driven by data. That's why BFI, in this case, doing the digital transformation with the data-driven organization and data-driven technology. So I think that is all of my presentation today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Nima Desunarti. Next, we invite Mr. Stephen Christian, Head of Data Analytics Dynamas, to make his speech.
Okay, hello everyone. It's been very late, so I'll try to make my session a bit faster. I hope we got some materials. So let me just get into the materials. Okay, so a bit about me. My name is Stephen Christian. I am the currently head of data analytics at Dynamas. I've been working with data and AI since 2014. I've worked in several different industries. Maybe some of you know me from some of the companies I've worked with. I've worked in the OTA industry, e-commerce, education, and healthcare, and right now in the financial sectors. If you guys have any information and you want to contact me, feel free to reach out to my LinkedIn or my email at stephen.christian@dynamas.co.id. And let me give you a short introduction about Dynamas. We at Dynamas is the first peer-to-peer lending platform that is officialized by OJK. We got our business license in the years of 2016, and Dynamas is a joint corporation between Sinarmas Multifinance Group and Itochu. So, right, this is the business pillar of Sinarmas Group for those who are not familiar. And let me bring you into our milestones, which is our big milestone in the year of 2022 in Dynamas. We worked together with eFishery to support them provide loan for more than 1,600 fish farmers, providing more than 75 billion rupiahs loan to help for financing the fish farmers. So this is our achievement so far. In the years of 2022, we have 23 branch offices across the country. We have disbursed more than 10.5 trillion rupiahs of loan to more than 23 million borrowers with from 322,000 funders. So generally, in terms of our product, we can dissect our product into 5 types of products. First being our asset-backed refinancing, where we provide loans using property collaterals. The second will be we are doing a mortgage, or what we know as KPR. And then we have invoice financing, where we provide a financial credit service to help you pay for unpaid invoice financing. And the fourth, we have our ecosystem pay later, where we work with ecosystem partners such as eFishery to help fund their their partners to fund for their business ecosystem. And lastly, we have our funding product, which is where you as a lender can provide us money to help grow the business loan. And this is our, let me take you to a journey on how can you apply for loan in Dynamas. Okay. In here, I'm going to take you to a journey on how to apply for loan in our case of our asset-based loan. First, of course, you're going to download our apps, Dynamas, that's in Google App Store and also Android and also in iOS. And when you start opening the apps, you can do the loan application. And when you do that, you'll be prompted to fill out your customer information. After you fill your customer information or KTP information, you'll be asked to fill about the property information, such as what type of property you're using, what's the size of the property, and where is the property located. All of this property information will be then run through to our property calculation tool that we call as IVT, where it was being built using more than 330,000 API related to property data across the country. Both your information as a customer and your property valuation will be then run through our pre-screening engine, where it will be then be created to use a gimmick offer that is suitable based on your profile. All of this, if you're happy with all of this profile, then you'll be asked to submit the required documents to prove for the identification of the said information. This information will then be verified by our credit analysts for the information where it will be verified, and if everything are verified, it will be then passed through our underwriting engine to provide for your risk score model. So we're talking about, to do all of this process, we actually have a lot of tools in place in there. We have first our indicative valuation tool where we measure the property valuation that you have. We have the credit underwriting engine that gives you the probability default or the risk score of the customer. We also have our pre-screening engine where it provides you with a gimmick offer that we mentioned in less than 30 seconds. We have the bank statement analyzer to help filter out for transaction, whether it's a fraud or not, whether like what is the real income of a person applying for a loan. And lastly, we have the credit analyst tool where it will do a checking, like a system that check for all the information about our customers. Now, to make all of that into reality, normally it starts with our software engineer and like data scientists, doing the development code, running everything to our staging environment, where we have an ECS server in there accompanied by a Postgre database using Apsara DB. Once all of the testing is being done, we're going to deploy the solution into our production environment, where in there we have a ECS servers that contain our Dockerized apps managed by a Kubernetes pod. In there, we're going to have the same like a staging environment. We will have a Postgres database where it will contain the production environment. And to support for high availability, we're going to do a duplication of that server using another Postgres database. As a data team, one of the most important things that we do is building a data warehouse, making sure that all this information is coming into place. To make sure that that happens, we built our data warehouse using Max Compute and do the ETL process using Alibaba DataWorks. One thing to notice is that we only gonna connect the data into the slave service in the Postgre database to make sure that all of the service doesn't disturb the operation of the original services. Now, on how in Dynamis we built our data warehouse, we introduced this technique called, we used the framework called Dataflow 2.0 to make for our data warehousing system. Dataflow 2.0 is a detail-oriented historical tracking normalized table that is being used to group a set of normalized table for the data warehouse. Normally in Dataflow 2.0, we group the tables into 3 categories, which is the hub, links, and satellites. The advantages of using this data vault is like it's very flexible. The way the data vault being structured is it's very changes in one source system doesn't need to apply to everything in a data warehouse. So if let's say one of your data sources change because of business requirement, that application, the changes only need to be applied on that specific data source. And because the way data vault is being structured, it always records the location, the sources of the data, and when was the data is loaded, causing it to be very easily trackable and auditable. And by separating your table into hub, link, and satellite, it makes it loading time very fast as it can be done in parallels. One of the disadvantages of using data vault is when you're doing data vault, as it is quite a complex and a new technique, your team will need special training to be able to do that. And with the increasing system design of data vault 2.0, it will mean more table and more access storage. Here are an example of like ERD system of a typical loan application. But normally in here we describe about our loan, how it's being being amortized, and then how it's related to lender and borrower in the account, and what is the portfolio of the lenders. In this example, we would have around like 18 tables to describe this. But when you try to break it down into a data vault, right, it becomes 34 tables where it will have 12 hubs that represent the entities of business that are being modeled. You will have 4 links that describe the connection between this hub, that describe the logic. of the business, and 16 satellites each for each of the hub and the link describing the extra information of the table. Now, we started building our data warehouse starting from Q3 last year, and as of now, we have successfully connected with 15 more servers, with loading more than 2,700 tables, with using 100 nodes every day to do the process. This is a simple analysis, a simple workflow of how we manage our data warehouse pipeline. We normally have 3 kinds of data source, which is a file-based, a database, and a third-party API. Normally, our file-based data will be pulled using an Airflow server. Well, it's going to be connected into the Max Compute, and our database and third-party API using DataWorks Data Studio will pull it into a Max Compute as a data staging place. Then in there, we're going to use, again, DataWorks as a way to implement our Dataflow 2.0 architecture, which will then be stored again in the Max Compute. After that, all the solution will be then visualized or analyzed depending on the use cases. So this is just to show you, like, this is typically like what our team data structure consists of. Like we mentioned before, we have a data integration, a data lake, data processing, data warehouse, and data preparation. And all of these tools are gonna being done with a supporting like governance tool or supporting tools for presentation of data or like analytical purposes. I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens Christian. Next, we are glad to welcome Mr. Jeremiah Karen, Global Head of Research and Analysis from Global Data, to discuss enterprise developers, the modern role of the application developer.
Yeah, that's working. Excellent. All right, thank you. I know it's been a long morning going into afternoon here, so I'll take a few minutes though. First of all, I'm really happy to be here. Very thankful for Alibaba Cloud inviting me along to speak here. It's a fantastic event and a fantastic city here at Jakarta. I'm from London. I live in London. I'm not originally from there. I live there. And I think you know that because I'm one of the few people in the audience or speaking today wearing a jacket. It's a very English thing to do. So, but there I'm going to do it. So what I'm going to do in the next 10 minutes or so is just bring things back a little bit. We've heard a lot of great descriptions of a tremendous new technology available to us, and also some tremendous services from Alibaba Cloud, and also from their customers and partners about how they're using it. Some of it's been very, very technical, which is excellent, and you're going to get more of that this afternoon at the breakout sessions. What I'm going to do is step back a little bit and look at cloud as a business and what that means for developers and what the development community are focused on now and what they need to be focused on going forward. So going to step back and go a bit higher level for a few minutes. As you can see, I'm the head of research and analysis for a company called Global Data. We provide business information and market advisory services to technology companies worldwide. tremendous digital shift that's going on that Dr. Wang referenced, as have others before me today. We'll talk about the drivers of the evolving developer role. You would probably know better than anyone, but we'll sort of recap what some of the key drivers are. And then we'll dive in for a minute or two on some of the big recent news in the development industry. Some big topics that are sort of driving the thinking now and driving, let's face it, a lot of the investment going on now in cloud and in the development side of cloud. Talk about the complex ecosystem that we operate on, and then I'll wrap up with a couple of recommendations or directives. So, in terms of the this great digital shift, I think we all realize it inherently. We're living in it, but it's been going on for quite a long time. And what we're talking about here is businesses or organizations of all types, really, sort of re-architecting their applications environment to be more dynamic, more elastic, and to make use of more real-time services, make use of data in real time, and so forth. That is what has been going on and is really accelerating now. And it has its roots way back in, a long time, really to the beginning of the World Wide Web, and then a connectivity. And of course, there were some major, major technology advancements that we take for granted now. But just think about virtual machines, how important that was. And then, of course, in the mid-2000s, we started seeing what we now call cloud verbs, or infrastructure as a service emerge. And that was a big leap forward for developers because of the flexibility and elasticity that it afforded. And then we keep moving forward, and another big one for developers was the advent of the smartphone. And so the need to develop applications for mobile connectivity that really enhanced the customer experience by using data in real time. This was a game changer and exploded the market, if you will. And I'm not just talking about the consumer apps we like, but also the business apps that we all use today. A major, major moment. And then moving forward a little bit further, of course, another big, big moment was the unfortunate pandemic that we've just been through, and in fact are still a bit. And that really accelerated digital transformation within businesses, but also in personal lives as well. And that again created a tremendous demand for development expertise to help move that forward. So the key message here really through all this time and as we go forward is that developers really are the key. I loved what Dr. Wang said earlier about the apps or applications being the light bulbs. If we're drawing a comparison to the digital era with the electrification era, applications are the light bulbs and you are the people doing the applications. In terms of the drivers for the evolving developer role, I'm not going to dwell too much on this, but I'm having a similar issue to Dr. Wang, by the way, is that they've converted my slides, and I'm not sure what order they're in, but low code obviously is a big thing. It's basically setting up a new type of role for developers within organizations and bringing in new types of people into the development world. Of course, containerization is a major issue. And the other one I want to talk a little bit about is sort of the investments that are being made by companies of all types. Think about the investments being made by infrastructure suppliers, companies you don't normally think of as software companies, are really investing a lot into cloud and into developers for that. Companies like Huawei and in the US-based Cisco and VMware, et cetera. They're being driven by their customers within enterprises to create links and to be more developer friendly. And that's driving a whole new, pretty important ecosystem for developers. APIs have been a major thing, quite complex, quite unwieldy, but a lot of advancements in the API economy that are helping things along. Bottom line is the future looks really bright. All of these things that are happening are major industry movements that are not going away, that are drawing a lot of investment, financial investment, all of which require the development expertise to go with it. Now, a couple of the key developments I mentioned earlier, you are all aware of them. I just want to take note of them. First, it's been mentioned a few times today already, definitely by Alibaba Cloud itself, is this idea of serverless and how that plays into the cloud's third wave, as people are calling it. The one thing about serverless is it's not a new idea. It's been around for a few years now, but it was again not really meeting expectations. But recent developments have really done a good job about abstracting those configuration complexity. And then another thing I'll mention is also what's been happening in the past year or so is linking the serverless approach with WebAssembly, another important new innovation in programming technique that is getting a lot of attention, and sort of connecting the two is a big important initiative. Now, the other thing I'll note in terms of recently is, and really this is really recent news, is you're probably all aware of ChatGPT, the sort of new type of chatbot, and it's making a lot of news. Just in November, I think it's version 3.5 of ChatGPT was released, and within a week, I think, there were over 1 million downloads. So clearly a huge amount of interest in it. And a lot of it, what you read about in the press, in the media, has to do with the fact that you can use it to make music, or you can use it to write poetry. You can do, you can do it almost, you can use it for therapy, actually, with humans and all that. People are talking about those. But of course, as you all know, it also can really simplify software programming. And just using natural language to create a software program. Really fascinating possibilities there. Still untrued. It's still a bit faulty, ChatGPT. It can be error prone, but something that needs to be investigated, and again, drawing a lot of interest to see what that will mean and how that will open up development to a new world, if you will. Still early days, though. Some other key ones, I'm going to go through these quickly because I think they're all quite familiar to you, but obviously DevOps models with Kubernetes, GitOps, and CI/CD are really important in the enterprise environment. Hybrid cloud. So this idea of this converging different aspects of cloud, including different types of cloud, private cloud with public cloud services of all sorts. Again, the fact that most businesses have multiple cloud environments, including SaaS environments that they use on an everyday basis, making all that work in a secure, reliable way, which means speaking to infrastructure and speaking to the network. All of that is generating a lot of attention. Of course, a big service offering from Alibaba Cloud itself and others, and an important concept. Intelligent automation is really key at helping solve a lot of the problems, a lot of the complexity that have delayed actual rollouts of applications in enterprises are being alleviated a bit using intelligent automation, so great work being done there. Obviously, modern monitoring, it's been mentioned a few times today, this idea of observability and improving that is a big focus area. FinOps should be mentioned. This is developed as a real discipline within the enterprise cloud world. Big realization that too much money was being spent badly on cloud, even though cloud is without doubt the way to go, and most businesses in the world understand that. They've also been concerned that it wasn't being done well and it wasn't cost effective. So a whole discipline has evolved around FinOps, and it's reached the development community to think about that, you know, when building applications. And then finally, that leads me to this idea of DevSecOps. So this idea is infrastructure as code is coming along. I've mentioned a few times already in just a couple of minutes. And that is, you know, this idea of DevSecOps, or building security in from the ground up, helps in a lot of ways. It helps the application itself, but also helps the success of the application as it's being rolled out into businesses, which have created rules about you know, what needs to be done before an application actually gets rolled out within an enterprise environment. So key technology to watch. Make a quick comment about the ecosystem they're playing, and this is very much a business comment. If you look across all of these areas, API management, platform services, managed hybrid cloud providers, this is a big emerging area. Every single IT services company, whether they're a network-owning company like a telco, or a traditional IT services company, or even just a local value-added reseller, is now offering managed hybrid cloud services because it's such a requirement for businesses. Intelligent automation, again, I mentioned network companies like telcos, low-code, cloud connectivity services, observability, the traditional infrastructure as a service and platform as a service, services mesh. All of this is an incredibly complex ecosystem, and all demanding developer resources. These all represent, it's quite complex. It requires integration skills, and there are, you know, obviously business opportunities for doing that, but all of these areas require development skills, which is driving a lot of demand for development skills. And that leads me to my final comment, is obviously the keep on coding. There's a global skills shortage here. At Global Data, I mentioned we have lots of different data resources, one of which is a massive job analytics database, which is updated in real time. It gathers all the job listings globally in every part of the world, and so we can do deep analytics on what is that. And I can say without a doubt that software development is the most in-demand type of job in the world. There's another vague category called management, which is there, but when you start getting into real job functions, it is the most in-demand job function in the world in terms of pure numbers of listings, and that is a global phenomenon, not specific to one region or the others. Also, as I mentioned, there are a lot of initiatives that you'll be aware about. Certainly we're here at Alibaba Cloud's developer event, but there are many other types of events also from many other types of companies, and so be plugged in to those. And then finally, you know, just stay connected and take advantage of all that's out there, but I know you will do that. Thank you very much for your time, and enjoy the rest of the day. Take care. Goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremiah Karen. I hope you are all enjoying today's morning session. And we have our partners and customers booth outside of our venue. You can check out later in the afternoon session. Today, we are recovering from the pandemic. For both developers and enterprises, there are serious new opportunities and challenges in this fast-changing world. We still have our last part of the morning session, which is going to be exciting because it will be a panel discussion. The last part of this plenary session is a panel discussion about how cloud technologies will shape the new era of engineering. Let's all welcome the moderator of this discussion, Mr. Muhammad Singhi, co-founder of Codopolitan, as well as a panelist. The first panelist, we have Ms. Karina Yovelin, Head of Cloud Business at Blue Power Technology. Second panelist, we have Mr. Nicholas Husni, VP of Sales at Indonet. The third, we have Mr. Samuel Ho, Chief Solutions Architect of Elastic. And lastly, we have Dr. Dia Wihardini, Director of Business Global of Bina Nusantara University. Welcome.
All right. So, before I'd like to say thank you for all of you guys that already still consistent following this session until this part, until the last time of this part. And yeah, my name is Singhi, and I'm a co-founder of Codopolitan.com, and I will be serving you as a moderator today. But before we go to the topics, I would like to introduce you this four panelists that kind of expert with their own field, right? From business, education, and also with the engineering sports. So the first one on my left is Karina. Her name is Karina Yovelin, the head of cloud business at Blue Power Technology. Karina is the head of Blue Power Technology, is the head of cloud business at Blue Power Technology, a subsidiary of CTI Group, and has over 7 years experience in business development and strategy, leading brands into the Indonesian markets. Over the last 5 years, she has successfully onboarded hundreds of customers in Alibaba Cloud from various industries while managing cloud business with some of the enterprise customers, including Indonesia's largest and most integrated media company. You can guess it, right? So please welcome to Karina. Please give applause. And right after Karina, there is, his name is Nicholas Joe, SVP Sales Indonet, TBK. And he's responsible for driving sales strategy and executing business partnership. Prior in Indonet, over the last 12 years, wow, that's a long time, across semiconductor and cloud company industry, cloud computing industry, sorry, a big people persons. Nicholas earned Master in Computer Science from Arizona State University. Please give applause to Nicholas. Go. And the next one is Samuel Ho, Principal Solution Architect from Elastic. You know what? You know that Elasticsearch that you use as a stack of technology on your platform? Samuel joined Elastic as Principal Solutions Architect in Elastic covering Malaysia, Vietnam, and Singapore. He has played consulting roles in Splunk, ServiceNow, and HP Software. He has been in the platform domain for the last 10 years, with the last role being an observational specialist. His forte is helping customers derive insight on their day-to-day operations using data platform like Elastic. And his primary role is to empower customers in adopting next generation security and observability solution powered by the Elastic stack. So give applause to Samuel Ho. And the last one is Dr. Dia Wihardini, Bachelor of Science, Master Education, PhD. She is a director of BINUS Global of Bina Nusantara University. Previously, she is responsible as manager for Learning and Faculties Development Department of the Academic Development Division at BINUS International. She managed the curriculum review and redesign project for all programs, including 8 international undergraduates and 5 graduates programs, preparing materials and conducted professional learning development workshop and review, redesign policies and procedure of teaching and learning activities. And her research interests including item response, modeling and development, international assessment, teaching and learning, and policies analysis related to the aforementioned topics. So give applause to Dr. Dia Wihardini. Well, yeah, I believe all of you will get some insight and also knowledge from the panelists. So I will target the questions first. Well, if we discuss about the most important trend and or development in the world of software as a services industry, what are the changes in the past 3 years comparing with before? Perhaps I will ask it to Nicholas first. What do you think about that?
Thanks, Pasinggi, for the question. I think really glad to be able to be part of this Alibaba Cloud Developer Summit. So pleasure to meet with everyone on the stage. I think without going into the use case of the SaaS itself, right? I think to the questions, right? What changes, right? That we have observed. I think over the past few years, right? If we go back to the fundamentals, right? In terms of the software methodologies, right? Everything we started from waterfall. But again, right, there's a lot of limitations with the waterfall methodologies where one process cannot move forward before the other process completed, right? And the changes with the agile software methodologies and then with the explosions of the DevOps, right? That allows the developers, right, to be able to integrate, right, their software environment, whether they're going through the microservices like Kubernetes, Dockers, or even the infrastructure as a code, right? It can be Terraform, Ansible, so on and so forth. And I think they provide a lot of the advantage, right, to the developer itself, right, in which I'd be able to pull in, not just from the developer side, but also from the operations side, right, to look at how do I monitor this? When I deploy the code, how are we going to maintain, right, the life cycle of the software itself? So I think that the changes, the good changes that really changed the SaaS industry, right? I think with the DevOps, with the DevSecOps coming up, it really provide more agile, faster time to market for the product itself.
That's great, interesting. It's about agility and also the adapting of the technology. And what do you think about it, Samuel?
Yeah, I think for me, from a more data perspective, right? So I live in the age of like when we talk about data, we are in the range of like kilobytes, megabytes, right? So now we are talking about terabytes all the way to petabytes and exabyte. I'm not sure whether are there any new terms that we have from a data perspective, right? So I think there's a few things that we see in the trend, like what Alibaba Cloud has mentioned this morning, right? It's all about using AI and machine learning to actually understand the data, what it means to the users itself. Right, so for me, I think the top 3 trend I see going forward when I speak to customer on a databases is around things like how the customer's using AI and machine learning to actually help us, right? Because there's no longer, we are in the days where we can actually use our eyes, right, to eyeball data to actually make intelligent decision, right? So the second for me is really around how customers are actually moving towards data as a service, right? So I think most customers or users do not want to actually bog down with the hassles of managing storage infrastructures, right? They're moving all the workload to the cloud as well as the developer, right? As we build application on the cloud, right? So there's another trend that I see, when I speak to customers around low-code or no-code development platform, right? So nowadays with the limited skill set, with the exponential growth of technology, right? So I think the skill set development and how we actually keep up with it, right, has taken a hit, right? So I think the low-code and the no-code platform definitely help us in this area, right? That's my perspective.
Great. Data-driven is basic thing we need to do, right, for now. And what do you think, Karina? How about the impact of emerging technology? Perhaps the impact of technologies such as cloud, blockchains, Web3, and also the AI in software industry?
Okay, thank you for the questions, Mr. C. I think the emerging technologies itself will help to create a new opportunities for developers, new creative opportunities. And it is very nice for developers who are willing to learn new technologies. And I think this technology itself will help to accelerate time to market itself, help business to be able to launch their apps faster, and also give a more enhanced technology itself. So I believe we are currently like adding more and more portfolio on our business itself to make more integrated technologies, because the technology standalone, it will give an impact, it's true, but when it is integrated from end to end, it will give more impact to the business, and it will help customers to be able to achieve their business goal. So I think it is very important that these technologies, these new emerging technologies are being integrated, and I think it will help a business towards their business goals itself.
Great. So if we talk about the emerging technology, we also need to talk about the talents, right? So about the talent itself, what the challenge and the obstacles that we need to prepare in software industry's talents, especially how about the recruitments, cultivations, ecosystem, support governments, perhaps relates to the speech from Pak Dedi, right? So I will ask to Samuel as the perspective on principles of engineering first. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Right, so I think it's probably not new, right, in the last 2 years when during the pandemic, right, we see it's harder to get talents, right? I think Alibaba Cloud also mentioned earlier on, it's harder to retain people, it's harder to actually recruit people, right? So I think if I had to summarize it from my view in terms of challenges, is really the uniformity of educations across schools, university, right, when they talk about technologies, right? So I totally love the way how Alibaba actually work with university to actually incorporate, right, the technology, the real life practical aspect of like cloud services, right, to schools, right? So I think that this actually replies to when we see challenges around education and how technology partners work with schools, right, to actually build in as part of the curriculum, right? So I think that's my perspective of the challenges and how we address that.
That's not easy part to prepare the talents, right? So the next one is, how about the perspective of business? If I would say, if I would like to ask about the, from the business and commercial point of view, what are the most needed skills right now on the markets, and also technical knowledge for the, perhaps the students and all developers that already attend today? What do you think about it, Nicholas?
Yeah, I think from the commercial point of view, I think sometimes we kind of overlook the fundamentals itself, right? Of course, there are a lot of frameworks out there, right, that developers use these days, right? Laravel, Golang, so on and so forth. But the fundamentals is always, sometimes it's about data structures and algorithm, right? I think what we do a lot internally in IndoNet, we always look for engineers, right, that brings strong fundamentals, right? How do I take a set of problems, right? How do I break it out, right, into a small subset of problems? And data structure and algorithm is not just about, you know, you're not talking about brute force, right? But how do I take a problem and solve it in the most optimized ways, right? Whether you do it through binary search, divide and conquer, so on and so forth. So I think that's one. The second one also, developers is not just about technical skills, right? You got to have the business acumen also, right? Because in the corporate world, you're going to talk to a lot of parties, right? How do I explain the non-technical things, right? I'm sorry, explain technical things to non-technical person, right? So I think those two are the common traits for the type of developers that's needed in the industry today.
All right. So perhaps, Karina, would you mind to add something about this?
I agree about Nico as well. So aside from the hard skill, I mean coding skills, DevSecOps and everything, I think it's very important for the developers to also be able to have their soft skills, like problem solving skill, critical thinking, and so on and so forth. Because, we need to translate from business to coding and back to how they can contribute to the systems that will contribute to the business goals. That's first. I think soft skills are very important aside from the hard skill itself. And secondly, based on Gartner, by 2025, all the new deployment of technologies of customers will move to cloud, which in 2021, it is only 30%. So from the statistics, I believe that developers also have to enable and keep up with the cloud technologies, latest cloud technologies, to be able to keep up with the trend and also utilize cloud as the platform development, I believe.
Great. So that's quite insightful, right? For preparing the fundamentals, preparing the soft skills, and also keep up with the current or emerging technology that are already on the market. Now, I would like to ask Dr. Dia, how about your perspective on this part? I mean, what skills that needed for students to prepare for the markets?
Hello, yes. So I think still reiterating what have been said, you have mentioned about technical skills as well as the soft skills, and we do agree. So from the higher education perspectives, we normally revisit our curriculum every now and then. I guess it's every 2 or 3 years. And then every time we would like to revisit or redesign our curriculum, we invite the industry to actually come and have a focus group discussion with us. So from the results of these focus group discussions, we always have skills mentioned such as strong computer programming, it's always, like sort of being requested, and websites and mobile applications development and maintenance, data analytics, and of course the utilizations of the cloud computing technology. And with this emergence of digitalization, we also have been teaching our students with AI and the IoT, right? Because as in their future years, because most of the students here perhaps is 20 or 30 years younger than me, and in the future years, many applications will be interconnected, right? To make our human lives a lot easier. And of course, as also been mentioned, that we also prepare our graduates to have this so-called the 21st century skills, the 4 C's, the critical thinking, creativity, collaborations, and communications. And then perhaps the last 2, the communication and collaborations, may be a little bit difficult, for these STEM-related students, because what they normally see is just the machine or the computers. But how can we actually equip our students to do that? In our university, since 2015, we have already offered students to actually choose their own path. So the students, each of the students are actually mandated to select one of the tracks. We call it enrichment tracks. So it can be either doing the internship, research, study abroad, or even doing some community development. So with all of these enrichment programs, we do hope the students can actually learn on how to work within the industry and to actually sharpen their life skills. And this is very much aligned with the Indonesian government Campus Merdeka initiatives. So I think that's, I can say,
Okay, so campus already preparing for the talents that maybe slightly gap with the industry needs, right? So what kind of, perhaps if we talk about the education, institutional, formal, informal, what kind of supports that needed from the government or markets or industry for the academic institutions?
Yes, so I think in the education world, we like to use the word intervention. So, yeah, so to actually to meet the needs of this talent development, we are expecting like a better collaboration, cooperations between the three sectors. Yeah, we call it the tri-helix or something like that. So it's between the higher education institutions, the government, as well as the industries. Because the industries and as well as the government can assist this education field in order to give like sort of a use cases or even provide some opportunities for our students as well as the graduates to implement their skills. Yeah.
All right. So, wow, I believe it's a bit late, but we have still questions to go through first. And relates with the SaaS industry or software as a service industry. And I need your thought about it, Nicholas, as Karina and Samuel. What your suggestions for the young talents and also for them to be able to utilize cloud and thrive in the industry? What kind of suggestion you can give to them regarding the envision of the growth path of the SaaS industry? Perhaps we can start with Samuel first.
Yep. So I think from my perspective, it's really understanding what the customer want, right, in today's context, right? Because I think the pandemic has changes the way how we live our life, how customers actually operate their business, right, and definitely changes the way how they actually develop their application as well, right? So what the customer really wants now is really that they're able to actually develop their application and ship out as fast as possible, right, so that they can have an edge over their competition. And secondly, right, they might want to be able to actually secure the application, right, and lastly, to be able to observe, right, so that they can improve their user experience or the customer experience, right. So I think for new startup or even for a lot of developers out there, it's really understanding what the customers wants in terms of their application and how we can actually address those with a platform like Alibaba, right. I think that's for me.
Cool. Next one, perhaps from Karina. What do you think about that?
So from the SaaS perspective itself, I think if we go back to decades ago, we're using like a lot of on-premises, and to deploy the software, it will take time to deploy the infrastructure itself and so on. But now when we face today's technology where we have SaaS, where the deployment is like faster and it enables us to collaborate, I think the potential in the SaaS industry itself is very big, because from the Gartner itself, we see that SaaS itself takes more than 50% of the total software market, and it takes a bigger chunk of the total cloud computing itself. So I believe for all the developers who would like to enter the SaaS market, I think they first need to know the market demands, what their customer needs, like just Samuel mentioned, and as well as you have to know like what to achieve and how that goals itself needs to be aligned with the business perspective. And when it's all aligned from the business perspective, IT perspective, and also the developer perspective, I think it will be able to help the company itself to achieve their goals. I think that's from me.
Thank you, Karin. Perhaps what do you think about it, Nicholas?
I think if I may add, I think coming as someone that's coming from the engineering background, right? I think future suggestions, right? I think one thing is really take the opportunity, right? To be as hungry as possible, right? You know, there's plenty of opportunity, like for example, from Alibaba Cloud Academy, right? To really learn the depth and the breadth, right, of the Alibaba Cloud itself, right? And there are two things to this, right? Not only you want to reskill, but also upskill, right? I think as in the earlier session from Jeremy that talked about, you know, I think industry these days, they don't look at infrastructure as a service as the de facto, but they kind of look at it, how can I cost optimize my environment, right? Do I need to go refactor my environment to go to serverless, for example, right? Which basically I pay for amount of how many seconds do my code executes, right? And that's one. I think the second one is also you want to validate your skills also. I think this can also be done through the Alibaba Cloud certifications, right? And there are many paths to it, right? Ranging from associates all the way to experts. I think those are the two things that I can think of at the moment, though.
That's great. So we still have time, right? So perhaps I will add one question more. Hopefully it can be insightful for the participants that still attend the sessions. So if all of you able to go back to the time when you are the fresh graduates with this kind of emerging technology, what kind of skills that you want to acquire that you know it will be needed most or applicable on this current market? Let's ask first for Dr. Dia. What do you think about it?
I think that's a very good question. So if I can go back to my undergraduate years, I think this is where the university plays a role, right? Within the university or when we are creating our curriculums, we have to make sure that the students are actually taught to be able to think independently. So, so this is also where research skills is very much needed, because with all of this technology, of course, students or even myself would perhaps be able to actually learn and get informations very quickly. And then since with this abundant information that is out there, students also need to be able to choose or even select which informations are actually needed and then which are just, noise. So I think the ability to select the needed informations and the ability to actually think about the impact of the use of these informations are going to be very crucial.
That's great. Ability to filter, synthesize the information. Right. Let's continue to Samuel. What do you think? If you can go back as fresh graduates, what skill do you want to acquire?
I think for me, it's really about data and how it impacts our life, right? So I think never in my lifetime I thought I would see a pandemic that will actually impact globally, right? So like what I mentioned earlier on, right, that I think the pandemic has definitely changed the way we live our life. And I think for personally, at a certain point in my life, I feel that I've chosen the wrong career in IT, right? But when we actually look at the way how we deal with data over the last 2 years, where people work from home, right, business changes, we generate more data, and how we can actually use this knowledge, right, of using machine learning and AI, right, to help to actually impact businesses, impact the ecosystem, impact the health system in different countries, right? So I think for me, if I had to go back in time, right, definitely one of the big skill set that I really want to achieve is really into data science. How can I actually use data to impact people's life, not only for business or technology. Yep.
It's cool. Still in data, right? Data's drive everything right now. Next one, how about you, Nicholas?
I think for myself, probably get early start on the edge computing, right? I think the reason for that, I think these days there are a lot of unique use cases, right? Whether it's from IoT, right? With the 5G coming up, I think the data, the growth of the data explosion is just there, right? I think a lot of things can be learned there with a new use case though.
That's great. So I never think about that before. But that's good. That's your suggestions. And next one, last one, Karina, what do you think? If you can go back and as a fresh graduate?
So I think previous answers were like all techie, but I'm not coming from a IT background, so I'm coming from a business background. So I think if I can go back to my undergraduate time, I think I will have more networking, more social, more information on what is the trend right now and which is the trend our technologies are going. So we need to keep up with that information. So when we graduate, we understand what the market needs, where the trend is going, so we can make ourselves relevant to the trend itself. I think that's it.
Great. Keep yourself relevant with the current and coming up technology. So thank you for all of the panelists answering the questions, and perhaps that will be the last questions for me. And yeah, hopefully during these sessions, all of you could get an insights that prepared. Maybe most of you are students also preparing for graduates, right? And preparing for the markets. So yeah, good luck out there and keep up with the technology. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Singhi, and all the panelists. You may take a seat.
Yeah, Karina.
Thank you so much. Okay, thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our morning session of the day. Lunch is served outside, and in the afternoon, we will have our Indonesia IT Solutions Conference in this room, as well as 3 breakout sessions in Ballroom 3. Don't forget, we also have our partners and customers showcasing on how they utilize our products and solutions of Alibaba Cloud. You are welcome to take a look of the booths outside. Also, don't miss our job fair in the afternoon session in the Indonesia IT Solutions Conference. Let's network, and we will see you in the breakout session this afternoon. I'm Darlene. Thank you very much.